And we're back.
Hmm.
Abundance. Abundance and gratitude to everybody. Tap and share live.
Hmm.
The topic today is about life, biology, organic biology, and synthetic biology.
Facts.
Two different types of biology, two different types of genetic structures, and two different types of anatomical and physiological structures. Two different species. Why are these two species living with each other and procreating with each other? That's the question. Why is one species teaching another species children?
Facts. So we gotta understand the difference between, like you just said, organic biology, biogenesis, prokaryotic. Right? We need to understand our origin and these other people's origin, because synthetic biology is a whole branch of science that doesn't get enough attention, especially by our people. The whole time that we're saying that this is pseudoscience, or there is a branch of science that is called synthetic biology. Bio means life. So this is essentially what they're saying, is that they're studying pseudo life, fake life. And a lot of the times in these documentaries, when you see them or when you're looking at the information that they publish, they're telling you they use dogs and cats as an example. These are things that already exist. So synthetic life is already in existence. We have to start understanding there's a difference in embryology. We're not the same as these people. These people don't come from us. There's no way that you can get abnormal amounts of pheomelanin and eumelanin from a neuromelanated species. We have to start understanding and being able to articulate the science behind it, because that's what's staying constant. If you pay attention to our people, everybody is literally searching for some sort of truth or some sort of answer. But the one thing that we haven't explored is genetics. We think genealogy is genetics, and those two things are not the same thing. You're not having the same discussion with those two different topics. So we just got to start understanding it, having a more scientific approach to life, because that's what they're using against us. All these different experiments, this is science, like pure basic science that they're using against us, and we talking about reparations. We trying to see how we can become better in their system, not understanding that the system is like destroying us. It was meant for our downfall. So we got to start understanding we're not the same as these people. That means that our day to day shouldn't look anything like theirs. We should be having different discussions, talking about different things,
Yep.
but we're just causing more division in our community if you pay attention to the conversations that we're having. Nothing is, it's just,
Fruitless.
yeah, fruitless conversations. Is people are just trying to find new ways to cause more division, and it's just like, do you understand you're following the eukaryotic cell? Do you understand, like, colonization worked so well on you that you are now following in this man's footsteps, and you're using it against your own people? And that's my issue with our community, is like, we're saying that, oh well, the Africans not us, or they're not, or we don't. But can't now one of y'all explain to me what is their embryological origin? If these people are not us, please tell me what their embryological origin is. Let's start bringing science to the discussions instead of just opinions.
Facts.
Let's start actually putting structure behind the thoughts that we have. So that's how I know we're not manifesting. We don't understand manifestation, because uh, uh, um, you focusing on a thought creates brain coherence, and that coherence is how you actually manifest your reality. So we're sitting here having double-minded conversations, calling these people caveman this, cave bunny this, cave this, but you think you're the same as these people. So we're not understanding the difference between what's actually real, what's supposed to be on this planet, and what's not. How we're supposed to move and what we're not supposed to do. That's the real nitty gritty. Like that's the conversation that's the number one like underlying conversation. That's the elephant in the room. These people are not supposed to be here. And what's the reasoning for that? Genetics. This is not the conversation that you can bring racism into. You can't
Politics,
politics, religion,
economics, none of
none
that.
of that. This is straight science. What's been happening since the beginning of time or so-called time, right? And what's still going to happen whether these people are here or not. So,
That's what we should be teaching our children.
facts.
We shouldn't allow another species to medically and psychologically evaluate our children for our species to move up in life or advance in life. We
Facts.
need to be um, influencing and guiding our own children with the wavelengths of truth, light. That's why we have to understand light. We have to understand how light travels because in the middle of all of our cells are protons,
Mm-hmm.
and these protons are in the core of suns, and they're this is what powers up the sun. You see what I'm saying? Through nuclear fission and fusion, and our cells actually split and bind together, depolymerize and polymerize. My fault, my people, through nuclear fission and fusion. So this is how our cells split, and the heat and radiation is what the energy that is let off by these cells.
So, we just have to start understanding like what's happening on a quantum level with us is not the same thing that's happening on a quantum level with them. They undergo spliceosomes naturally. They're literally their DNA is not cohesive. This is what CRISPR-Cas9 is explaining. Genetically modified organisms, CRISPR-Cas9 hybridization,
Ectowomb. You see what I'm saying?
ectogenesis. You
Yep.
see what I'm saying? These are actual scientific terms, scientific phenomenons that are happening amongst us every day, and we don't know about it. We just working. No goal, just no plan, just working. And the thing is like our people use manifestation for shit like trips to Cancun, manifesting more indoctrination, more money, more stuff. But nobody wants to manifest freedom for the next generation though. Nobody wants to actually manifest like the strength that our community needs to move past this fucking system. So we're using our brains to do low level shit. It's one thing to say like, "Oh, we built the pyramids." Yeah, but you're in an apartment today. So we were just talking to some of our people earlier today. They said that they not colonized. I haven't been live in like 3 months or probably longer than that. Like on my own platform.
Yep.
And every time we take a break and we come back, it's more. It's like the consciousness gets lower and low. Now they saying they not colonized.
Electromagnetic beings saying they're not colonized, but they're eating meat. They're following money with monkey faces on it. They're what's it called? Allowing children to get abused psychologically and physically because the thing is like us subscribing to this system is it's accelerating and allowing the flow of abuse of children to continue worldwide. All of the money that we're spending on these material things or these trips and stuff like that all get back to the 99 billion dollars that was used for child trafficking, which is tunnels through Norway, South Africa, North America, all these tunnels that is trafficking our children, and they're using money to traffic our children and buy our organs. And we're over here trying to use this money to buy land and not knowing that we biologically identify with the whole entire planet and we naturally evolve with the entire universe. So why are we focusing on how the eukaryotic cell is moving away out of the planet when we should be focusing on what type of information is being implanted in our children's brains? That's what we should be focusing on.
We should be focusing on the information that we're passing down to the next generation, and we're
Facts.
focusing on how the fuck do we stay here in this mess. We're trying to, as long as there's a black face on this system, we're okay. Oh, we need more black teachers. Somebody told us a few months ago we need black Walmarts. Like, we don't want to let this system go for real. As long as we're at the top of a system, we're okay. Not understanding that this our life is not supposed to look nothing like this. You can watch modern day videos of colonization taking place right now. You can read articles about Elon Musk colonizing remote tribes right now.
Yep.
So when our people come to us and they ask us, they're like, oh, how did we go from building pyramids and being on top and to, you can see it happen in real time today. They go to these remote locations and they leave. Y'all remember when that man got busted for leaving that Coca-Cola? Why do you think they always use sugar, white bread, white pastries, money, tobacco? They find ways to infiltrate the brain first. That brain stomach, that connection between, with the vagus nerve between the brain and the stomach, they have to put you in your lower part of your brain, because the stomach is just the lower portion of the brain. You actually have lower portions of the brain, but then you have the stomach. So they're using the food. They're using molecular gastronomy. They're using nanotech. And they're marching right into these people's civilizations. And they're getting common with them. They're feeding them bread, wheat, corn, and then they'll come back. And once they get more common, once they establish more relationships, they start bringing things like satellites. They start leaving phones, exposing the children to blue light.
Exactly.
That's why I'm saying when people say it's pseudoscience, I'm like, what kind of reading are you doing? What kind of research are you doing? Are you just going to Google? Are you expanding your consciousness? Are you like really going in deep thought about like what's actually happening around you?
Yeah. Are you really computing your environment? Because the environment that we're really computing is an artificial environment. The cement, the dominoes, the different city hall, all these different buildings, all these buildings are synthetic. They're not natural to the planet. The trees, the mountains, the pyramids that we built to match up with the stars, that's natural to the planet. You see what I'm saying? So we shouldn't be focusing or projecting our eyes to these unnatural synthetic structures, because it's telling your cells something. It's signaling your cells something. So we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, these buildings that we're in, these apartments, these living quarters, is not it's not just to keep us in cramped places. Excuse me. It also affects your auric field, which is what they're harnessing from you every day when you go to work. So the first thing that we need to understand is that we're not the body.
Exactly.
If all these people that say they know thyself, peace, gods and goddesses, you are not the body, though. I want us to start really locking in with that. What's the consciousness that's actually controlling this body? That's the real you. So we got to understand that we're too, like I say, stuck to the physical, that we're forgetting that where we actually have power is the spirit realm. We trying to be a part of a system physically that's destroying us physically, and is also manifesting on a spiritual level, keeping us in this shrunken and low vibratory state. ELF is what he was just talking about. These buildings, these shapes, these geometric figures, harnessing them and using them for the wrong reasons. It goes deeper than just Oh, it's just a school. It's just a building. Somebody told us earlier today that um, we're the ones that created the AC units. I said yes, that is a byproduct of colonization because are you aware of what the AC units do to your bones? How that affects the calcium, how that deteriorates the bone density. So how do we say on one foot that we're sun people, but then we created AC units? How do we get to that shrunken state? To go from being in the sun, melanin this, melanin that, but we're taking pride in creating AC units and not even really understanding what's really good behind it.
Yep. And just one of our cells can take up to 27 million degrees. They study this in labs. They
Mm-hmm.
study our neuromelanin in labs every day to expand their laboratories. We are the main source of their laboratories.
Mm-hmm.
So you should know that we are the main source of this system. So as soon as we focus our attention away from this system and focuses on ourselves, this will fall. This will crumble. We cannot keep giving energy to the system. There is no other way out than in. So you have to learn thyself, know thyself. What is your functioning?
Yeah, you have to. It really pays to really study your brain and studying the central nervous system, like studying who you actually are, because it gives more perspective to who you are esoterically. You think that you're just walking, but you don't understand how your cells are actually working in unison to make that happen. So when we say we know thyself, it's very interesting to hear our people say know thyself, but then talk about building pyramids, but we're not doing that today. So then how are we embodying that?
Yep.
Like, how are we really embodying knowing the truth about who we are if we're not studying our vessel? If we're not studying the plants, if we're not studying, like, you know, the world around us, how do we really know who or what anything is? Because science is explaining how
Because we
everything is
fucked your mom last
interacting.
night, bitch ass,
Science is
bitch ass
explaining
nigga,
how
bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga.
science is explaining how everything is interacting on with itself on an atomic and a subatomic level. So there's no excuse. History should not be our first go-to. To learn about everything that's around us, why are we going through him? Why would we do that? And why do we continue to pass that down to our children? It's like, oh, well, we got to fact check you and make sure that the white man said it or that the Asian or the Arab man said it. And you're asking me to, you want to verify with the parasite. You want to verify with somebody that can't even biosynthesize the sun. You want to, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to converse and go back and forth with these people about racism.
Exactly.
That is their racial theory. Like, everything in nature is classified by speciation. How their genetics are expressing on a phenotypical level. That's it. So there's no such thing as a so-called Mexican or African American or black. Or we get caught up in these titles and then we lose our true identity. That's why I say, do you know thyself for real? Or are you going through the lens of a eukaryotic cell, like a fake person, a genetically modified organism? So
And you
that's
gotta understand, we're in a solar radiated planet, and these species, these GMO species, is not able to absorb neuromelanin or radiation through their integumentary of their skin. So how are they natural to the planet, and how is it that they can police us and medically evaluate us today? That's what we got to understand. And to dismantle that, we have to focus on ourselves. So we want our people that is arguing over the internet about racism. We want reparations. What can these species give you after they fed our children to crocodiles? After they made us into shoes, made us into clothes, after they raped us? by the millions. They gave us diseases. They introduced us to diseases because we didn't even know what that was. You see what I'm saying? We just completely mashed with a whole different species, and we're focused about arguing with each other for what? It's not helping our children's brain develop. What is really going to help our children's brain develop is the truth of reality that we are electromagnetic beings. We are above titles and names. You see what I'm saying? We are energy, and energy is movement. And when you study movement, you see the electrons and protons. And the Go ahead, baby.
My bad. I just was pushing. I can't even see it.
I thought you was about to say something. You had
No,
it.
you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we are energy. We are electromagnetic energy. You see what I'm saying? We are the cosmic glue that holds solids, gases, and liquids together. And we are what defines atomic structures or numbers in elements. We define the elements. So this makes us the fathers and mothers of all life because protons, which is masculine energy, when you study quantum physics, positive is just talking about masculine energy, and negative, when they're talking about negative, that's just feminine energy. And protons, which are positive energy, they create they are the first building block of matter. So they create everything past matter because they are the first building block of matter. So to make this proton, the so-called black woman uses quarks, which are different colors that she can create through um, invisible matter, which is not uh, matter that they can see how it observes because of wave particle duality. So she has the power to exist in this realm or out of the realm at will. So we are not the same species as these people, and we should not be following these people. We have a whole different background, a whole different genetic structural background. You see what I'm saying? So we just want to know why our people are arguing about this and why they're lying to children that we need to be arguing about reparations. We need to be asking the monkey for his monkey money and with his face on it when we know that all of our cells have the power of the sun within them. Just one of our cells has the power of each of a sun within them. So we can charge up and power up ourselves. We can take care of ourselves. We can mentally govern ourselves. Why do we need governments to govern our own minds when we're powerful beings that control the whole universe through chemicals and alchemy?
We have an entirely different origin than these people. These people literally come from a petri dish. They are spliced and put together with different strands of DNA from different inorganic other animals and plants that are also inorganic as well. And then they tell you to eat these same things. So it deteriorates your DNA. It affects you as a person. We're not aware we're not supposed to eat cauliflower. We're not supposed to eat celery. We're not supposed to be eating black beans. We're not supposed to be eating seedless fruit. We're supposed to be eating, first of all, we're supposed to be taking in particles, breatharianism, sun particles, right? Because
Yep.
that's who we are on a quantum level. But because we're in the state that we're in, we should mainly be eating fruits, getting the most hydration, H3O2, that our bodies, that our anatomy can possibly take right now. So understanding that everything that we see, microorganisms, plants, animals, insects, all the way up to so-called humans, every single living organism that you see and don't see either has an origin that is prokaryotic or eukaryotic. That's it. So when they're explaining evolution, they are explaining the origins of prokaryotic and eukaryotic. And I'm just gonna put that up here because I think we be forgetting like how simple it is, and to miss what they're saying truly about evolution. gotta start understanding the difference in origin, like truly, like scientifically, not Ham and Shamite made up creation stories. Science can explain it. We just not there. We in their history textbooks. And that's the last place we want to be when we're looking for the truth.
I had my phone freezing every time I try to put a picture up. But yeah, prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells are highly distinct organisms from each other. You see what I'm saying? The function of the prokaryotic cells, how they make proteins, how eukaryotic cells make proteins. You see what I'm saying? Prokaryotic cells split through binary fission, just like proton split through nuclear fission, and they fuse together through nuclear fusion. And just like how our cells bind together through nuclear fusion, binary fusion. You see what I'm saying? Our cells operate in orbits and cycles and rhythms just like the universe. It moves just like the universe because we have the universe within our structure of our DNA. And your DNA is your soul, which is your biofield that she was talking about earlier. And your soul is what created your DNA, and your DNA is what creates your brain, and your brain is what creates your other organs and different physical structures of yourself. That's what it is. So go ahead, baby.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sorry it took me a minute to get there. But when we're talking about the difference in origin, eukaryotic versus prokaryotic cells, first of all, we can look at those pictures right there and we can look at the difference in the cell, like just in shape, the components. And I have a video about this like on my page slightly when I was really learning and getting the gist of prokaryotes and eukaryotes. And now I'm to the point to where I can talk a little bit more extensively about them because that was like a year ago, you know. So it says the distinction between prokaryotes and eukaryotes is considered to be the most important distinction.
Yep.
Like, and it doesn't matter who you're talking to, if it's a genetic engineer, if it's someone that synthetic biologist, even if they would need to communicate with the chronobiologist, because that's needed a lot of the times. This is the main distinction when y'all are talking about evolution. The main distinction is between prokaryotes and eukaryotes. That's the basis of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
So if we keep reading, it says among groups of organisms. So it's literally saying all life. Among all life, the main distinction is, does this cell function like a unicellular functioning organism? Or is this organism functioning like a unicellular functioning organism? Or is this a multicellular organism here?
Mm.
So how can we make distinctions in nature on a phenotypical level by looking at the phenotype? We don't have the same fucking skin as these niggas. When it comes to the eukaryotic cell, YT people, so-called Mexicans that y'all want to keep inviting to the cookout, talking about they're part of the 12 tribes. Tribes don't have nothing to do with genetics, y'all. Like it's fairy tales that we holding on to, and we're passing it to children, and we can't even articulate the fairy tale good enough. I keep offering science, and they say, "Oh, science not the answer." Okay, so then explain to me the difference in embryo. Like, explain to me how you're actually different from these people. Because one of the first things you're gonna tell me is you're gonna go to skin color, but you can't give me 10 facts about the dermal layer, about the
Epidermis.
the epidermis, the Merkel disc.
Yep.
But the main thing we say is melanin. Well,
Melanocytes. You don't know nothing
I was
of
just gonna say melanocytes.
Yep.
Everything is just grouped under melanin, but there are 5 types.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 types of melanin. There would have to be different types of melanin, or we would all phenotypically present the same. So it's like we sitting here trying to say, oh, they are us because they're a part of the 12 tribes. I asked you about genetics. Do these people stem from the same embryological origin? Do they come from the same totipotent stem cell that you originated from?
Can they absorb the sun and use that sunlight to create chemical energy, and then use that chemical energy to create molecules to create glucose to feed the brain and the other organs in the body? Can they do that?
Hmm.
Because we can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that
We can
entire
tell.
process in femtoseconds, quicker than that, speed of light. We can do that because we undergo black body radiation, which makes us the perfect absorber of light, which means that our melanin is concentrated colors of light. That's why when you see all that cosmos, all that light, that is what structured our entire organism. That is what's happening inside of all of our woman's womb. Stellar nucleosynthesis. That's what it's called. Stellar nucleosynthesis.
So, and then it says eukaryotic cells contain membrane bound organelles, such as a nucleus, while prokaryotic cells do not. And this is why we try to lock in with talking about the different types of melanin and the functions of neuromelanin and how the neuromelanin is what programs the prokaryotic cell. It doesn't need a control center because the cell is being controlled by light. That's why they cannot splice into our cells because our cells are coated in neuromelanin, which is the only biochemical substance that can condense sunlight, and it's condensed sunlight on its own. How do we know this? Because there are neuromelanated neuroscientists that have studied the differences between our embryology and theirs.
And
And that's what
they don't have no scientific tools to capture light, to hold on to light. They have nothing like that. Light passes through anything, and it uses neutrino beams to pass through anything. They're cosmic messengers, neutrino beams, and you just spent 20 minutes outside in the sun. Those neutrino beams will communicate with your cells to evolve with the planet. You will start to have thoughts to um, be more with your species. To You will start having thoughts of
unity thoughts.
following your genetics. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Having oneness with yourself, growing and learning. You see what I'm saying? Yourself. You will start to have those type of thoughts instead of having thoughts, oh, I need to get a donut, or having sugar cravings, because all of those type of thoughts are just parasites controlling your cells on the outside of your cells, because these white proteins are translated into your bodies as antigens, which are parasites. And this is what is around all of our red blood cells. You see what I'm saying? And this is what is keeping our immunity weak and allowing diseases and parasites and cancers to take place with us. This is why it was so important for this different species, the eukaryotic species that she's explaining, to grape us by the millions. They unalive 509 million of us throughout all continents. So we can't be worrying about, oh, I was here first. Or they unaliving us throughout all continents and giving us diseases and extracting our stem cells, our daughter cells, our stem cells, which are totipotent stem cells, to use to power up their machines and to use it for their medicine to cure themselves, because they cannot sustain in this reality without the ozone layer, which is being removed by the solar protons and the magnetic force from the electrons that's happening right now on the planet. That's what's going on.
So prokaryotic cells don't have a centrally located control center because the whole cell already has intelligence on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So when you actually look into that their cell, I wish I could zoom in on this picture. First of all, that cell is way more complicated than the prokaryotic cell. And that's because there's multiple different strands of DNA that is functioning the cell. So they don't have the same origin as that's the reason why they're slower. Their reflexes are literally slower than ours because it is splicing itself. That's what the spliceosomes that make up their anatomy. That's what it's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Different protein synthesis. It's like if you were to take. I'm gonna put the pictures up here of. Can you just do me a favor and can you go
I'm gonna
look that up?
exit.
One second. Can you go? Can you look? Can you look up CRISPR-Cas9 and just grab a picture?
I'm gonna send it to you
Or you could just, yeah.
because my screen be frozen. I
And
don't know.
somebody is saying sperm is eukaryotic. Okay, so let's take a look at the board here. the distinction between prokaryotes and eukaryotes is considered to be the most important distinction among groups of organisms. We're talking about embryology on like more on the spectrum of that. We're not talking about after the organism is already formed. We're talking about the origin of the cell.
And sperm is actually not eukaryotic because all the genetic information in that sperm comes from the father or the genetic species from the mother who created him. You see what I'm saying? Because our God or our, I don't like to call our woman God, but our divine mother or our divine creator of the species, she holds all the genetic codes to make the man and the woman, the X and the Y. That sits in her chromosome. We don't have multiple 46 chromosomes because that just would just entail that that organism that has 46 chromosomes has multiple different animal DNA mixtures and sequences in those different chromosomes spread out to make that organism. That's why each chromosome they will tell you has 1,000 genes or 2,000 genes, or some of it even have 3 or 4,000 genes. But it's all spread out, and all those chromosomes together make 25,000 genes from different organisms, and 14,000 of those genes come from animals, and that's why they resemble animals. And all the other genetic information they have is from microorganisms and plants. We do not have genetic information from any other organisms. All of our genetic information stem from the totiponous stem cell that our mother gave us. The the bear, all the genetic information that that cub has, all comes from the bear, mother cub. It doesn't come from a lion, an elephant, and all of that. But when you study these people's genetic sequences, they have animal DNA from chicken, cows, dogs that you would never see in nature naturally reproduce with each other, but somehow is in their genome code. That's why we're finna pull up a picture about CRISPR-Cas9 and ectogenesis to show you that the first white man, the first Arab man, the first Chinese man, Asian man, they came through an ecto womb, an artificial womb.
So this is a picture that I wanted to show. So this is, first of all, this is just giving an overview of CRISPR-Cas9. When we're looking at these people go from, let me show you, let me actually, oh no, let me just start here and then I'll show you that picture next because it's too far away from each other. But this is a gene editing technology which involves two essential components: a guide RNA to match the desired target gene and Cas9. So CRISPR is associated with the bacterium. Cas9 is the protein. How they're able to build a DNA sequence is they would add like a portion of snake DNA, and to continue that sequence, building up that sequence, they would insert, let's say, rabbit DNA. How they are able to cut off the portion of the snake DNA that they want to build the new organism is with protein 9. So this is what we mean when we say gene editing tech. In order for them to have formulated technology to be able to do this, they had to start small. That's why they've been doing gene editing for, and when we say they, I'm not talking about YT people or Asians. They got it from somewhere too.
Yep.
So this has been taking place on this planet based off of all the organisms that we see at least 200,000 years. From starting small. I'm not saying that YT people have been in existence for 200. That's not what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I said gene editing, starting with small microorganisms, right? Plants, working their way up to the point where they are today. That's been going on for quite some time.
Yep. There's way more organisms, intelligent life forms on this planet than your scientist admits. And if you actually look at the petroglyphs, which means writing on stone, um, all of those petroglyphs show you Sumerian gods genetically splicing organisms. They have genetically spliced um, uh, white people and put them on leashes. They had different monkeys before on leashes with this genetic tools that we're talking about right now on these stones. So this has been taking place for quite some time. You see what I'm saying? But For black people to be in this state that right now, it took us over 200,000 years to drop in vibration and frequency of consciousness to accept what's happening right now with our children, because we're allowing this inorganic species made from an extraterrestrial species to evaluate our children medically and psychologically and allowing them to police us. And we think the only way to combat this is to go on live and talk about racism. It's to go on live and asking him for reparations. It's to go to their court and ask them for our money or our land. It doesn't make any genetic sense to ask a genetic stranger for what is genetically ours. This planet responds to our signatures, electromagnetic signatures. It doesn't respond to nobody else's that is unnatural on the planet. So we need to be following electromagnetism. That's our culture, not corn, not fufu, not eating meat, not none of this shit. It's none of that.
Yeah,
Our culture is electromagnetism, magnetism, light. When you study us at the core, that's who we are. So why at the macro level, that's not how we're performing, like stars? Why are we talking to each other like that? Why are we behaving towards each other like that? Because we've adopted animal biology into our biology, which then affects the psychology, because they know they can't splice into our genetics. What's in there is light, and they can't understand how that light vibrates at such a frequency of 32 hertz to create physical matter. They want to figure out that blueprint, because once they figure that out, they will understand how to cure themselves and how to sustain life on a planet that they are not natural to.
because all they would be doing is tapping into that frequency, which is at 432 hertz, and that's what they can't do, because like we were explaining at the beginning of the live, the electron. You see what I'm saying? How that particle is already aware that it's being observed, and when it's not being observed. So we're talking about consciousness down to the quantum level that doesn't allow for infiltration. So all they can do is influence the environment of the cell, and this is what they're studying in their labs. All the experiments, syphilis experiment, the Montauk experiment, they're experimenting for different reasons, because we don't have the same origin, right? So when we look at series Netflix originals like Stranger Things, those are documentaries. Like, we can't sit here and say pseudoscience when they're giving you the science behind how they created the gadget in the show. And that's real science that checks out in real life. And when we study it, they're like, oh, this is being used every day. But then on TikTok, oh no, that's pseudoscience. You're not reading. You're not studying. You just being fed the lies, and you're not connecting any dots in real life. We know that our children go missing at an alarming rate, specifically our baby girls, globally. So I don't understand why we're comfortable to fix our mouth and say, oh, they're not us. Our children are going missing for the same reason, though. So we have to start understanding. The point that I was going to make with this here that's on the screen is it's an endonuclease, which causes a double strand DNA break. You see what I'm saying? And it allows modification to the genome. So I'm not understanding, like, this is their existence. This is how they were created. When we say, oh, they were created in a lab, articulate it. Let's start actually understanding the science behind it, because it's out there. It's not new. They can't hide stuff from us. They have to put it in front of us because they're using it. They're using us for everything. So you are just being reflected back to you, but it's a low frequency. So I just wanted,
because light polymerizes. So they're using light. They're using light to polymerize their synthetic cells, and when you go inside of their cells, it's not made up of protons, electrons, and neutrons. It's made up of calcium ionophores, And these calcium ionophores act like atoms. They act like that because they can only watch how atoms do it and then make it in the lab. And these calcium ionophores is how they create that DNA sequence that she's talking about, and able to make these modifications. And that's called electroporation. You see what I'm saying? And these electroporation, you fuse this genetic material, like she said, from the rabbit, from the snake, and you put it together through fusion of electrical impulses from calcium ionophores, which are synthetic electrons. They're basically synthetic electrons.
Some type of acid for blood. I don't know what you mean by that. But these people are only made up of other other unnatural organisms.
Yep.
Just because we start having a discussion about splicing does not mean that we're involved. Like that's why I'm gonna come clean. It really it pisses me off. It really pisses me off when I hear our people talk about splicing and they're gonna get your DNA in there. I want every time y'all hear them people say that, I need you to start asking them, can you explain the splicing process to me?
Yeah.
Can you explain to me the technology that is used to perform those types of things? We need to start holding each other accountable for real, because the thing is y'all come to us and be like, oh well, can y'all explain it, or can you prove it to me? The proof is in the words that we're saying. You've never heard ectogenesis. Like, what the hell? You've never heard of CRISPR-Cas9. You've never heard anybody break it down, and then you want to test me. But it'll be 300-400 of y'all in one live, and it's one person there talking about splicing, and now nobody on the panel can explain it. But the moment somebody comes in there explaining, can you prove it? How the fuck you asking me to prove, like, you know? So that's why we got to start understanding that the main thing that, like, the main issue that we're undergoing right now, the main war is between fake and real.
Yep.
Prokaryotic and eukaryotic.
Organic and GMO.
Yep.
What's on the screen?
Facts. Literally. That's the main thing. It's not about fucking reparations. How do we call these people cave this, cave that, pink skin, porcelain base, porcelain skin this, pigs this, but then want their money?
And then eating them afterwards, eating burgers, eating ribs, eating chitlins. You're eating them right afterwards, and then you just talk to them on live. You're eating salmon. All of these different foods carry venereal diseases. You are carrying venereal diseases by eating these people, because when they raped us, those same venereal diseases occurred.
And the thing is we want okay. I just want to put something on the board. It might not be too fit to the screen, but like, we are aware of stuff like this. It's not fit to the screen. They was using our skin. This says that they were using our skin for purses, cigar cases, book covers, and shoes. So when y'all are asking for reparations, what amount of money are y'all? How is it gonna repair, like, stuff like this? Our children being fed to crocodiles, strange fruiting. Like, what amount of money do we get in repay for building the White House? Our energy. See, y'all think your energy, like, you're literally your literal esoteric body. They're harnessing that. You're an electromagnetic being asking for an insulator in return, known as money, paper, cloth. That doesn't make sense to me. That literally blows me. Like, how are we asking for money? What do we get in exchange for stuff like this? Oh, it's okay if we were working, we just want to get paid for it. But what were they doing though? It wasn't just working. They were lining these boys up, buck breaking. They were graping the mess out of our women. Ages 2 years old, 0 years old.
Yep, 6 months.
6 months years old.
They thought a baby can get a orgasm at 6 months old.
So
It's just crazy.
I don't understand, like, when y'all ask for reparations, like, what is that repairing?
Like you're asking that the psychological mind that thought it was okay to do that to our children for that same psychological mind to ask him, "Yo, can I get money for that?
That
Can I
doesn't
get
make
land for that?"
sense. That doesn't make sense.
While 27 million black people right now are in Middle Eastern right now, in Asia right now being enslaved right now in Muslim countries. They're being 27 million of our children, women, and men are being enslaved right now in Muslim countries, and we looking for a acre and a mule.
Man, like for real, we want the patents that they
It's
wasn't even trying
crazy.
to give us. They didn't even the patents didn't even. They would march down with the slave or whoever it was to the same courthouse that you trying to get some type of liberation in, and make and wait. They would issue patents for stuff we created, and now you're trying to get the patent back from him. The creations of stuff that you were told to do forcibly. A lot of it was forcibly because you're being told to pick cotton, right? And then on the flip side, now they want to teach your children about Eli Whitney and the cotton gin. Like, come on, man. The elders was I know the elders was telling our generation. I was a little bit younger, 10 years ago. Oh, you got to know your history, baby. I don't want to know his narrative no more. I don't want to know that narrative. That narrative is not doing nothing for our people. Knowing who we are, knowing that we're not the same as them, not just, oh, we're black and they're white. That's not telling our children nothing.
That's kindergarten
That's
talk.
kindergarten colors on a piece of paper. That's not.
They have pig skin because they have the allele O pig gene. So people who say, "Oh, the O blood type is the oldest blood type," no, that comes from pigs. That comes from great apes. All blood types come from animals, and they were only made and constructed in physical paper form to fool you to mix with them. That you need the Rogam shot to mix with them. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is why we should not be eating according to our blood type. We should be eating according to our genetic. And if our genetics down to the core is light, then we should be eating light because Krillian photography shows you they which fruit or vegetables or meats have light within them. And when they took a picture of the meat, it had held no light. It was cooked. It held no light. But when they put it next to apples, when they put it next to berries, it's shining just like a proton. It's shining just like the sun because it holds light within it. And that's what you're feeding your cells. So you are what you eat. So
Yeah, and when yeah, you are what you eat, and he's talking about the antigens. So
yes.
it's like when see, okay, when we're saying, "Oh, I eat according to my blood type." Okay, what determines blood types are antigens,
Facts.
and antigens are foreign substances that trigger an immune response. Okay, so let's look at the thing. It says an antigen is a molecule that can trigger an immune response in a host organism. Why would they say host? Do you see why it pays to really connect dots and really pay attention to what you're reading? Because every parasite needs a host.
Wow. And that's in any genetic book that you can look up.
Man, we got genetics for dummies right in front of us.
Exactly.
Neuroscience, anatomy and biology. What else is over there?
Anatomy and physiology, neuroscience, biology, genetics,
It doesn't matter.
stem
which
cells
book,
for dummies, all that.
it doesn't matter which book you have. It's gonna tell you that. So the thing is that if it's triggering an immune response in you to fight back, that's unnatural. That's unnatural. So when you are eating according to the blood type, you're eating according to the unnatural substance, keeping it calm, making it stronger. So it's like, he's like, oh, my body feels better. The antigens, the parasites are more calm because when you eat more fruits, when you take in more herbs, which is structured water, when you start to take in H3O2 according to your genetics, guess what starts to happen? Uncomfortability.
Yep.
You start to expel it. This is what the herbs do. A lot of them are expellents.
Mm-hmm.
They get rid of mucus. They get rid of, there's parasites all over the body. A lot of people think it's parasites just in the stomach. You have parasites on the scalp, nail beds, skin. When you're in the sun and you start feeling your skin crawling, you itching a lot, parasites in that dermal layer. You see what I'm saying? It's parasites in the liver, parasites in the blood. Sarsaparilla, fastest herb in the world, works 30 minutes or less. Alkalines the body. Blood herb, burdock root. So this is the difference between blood type is unnatural. That's classification, how they grouped us together after the antigens are now present in our blood. They attach themselves to the RBC. But these are not animal proteins and lipids that we're naturally producing. You remember when we had that eukaryotic and prokaryotic cell up there? There is no nucleoid region for us to be able to even produce that, y'all. So this is the importance of influencing the environment, influencing the cell, putting you in cramped locations, working. All these things go against your anatomy, which then influences the thoughts you have, which then influences the hormones, the brain, your brain circuitry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's way deep than just, oh, we wasn't colonized. I can't believe y'all saying that now.
It wasn't colonized, but you used to be able to use 100 billion neurons, but now you can only use about 10,000 neurons. So you're not making enough synaptic junctures in the brain to make calculus decisions. This is why you're on live talking about, oh, we were here first or we were there first, when you don't even know that the first particle is an electron. You see what I'm saying? And she makes light particle, which is the proton, which makes all phases of matter. And she's the magnetic glue that holds all of that. And a proton is a miniature so-called black man. An electron is a miniature black so-called black woman. You see what I'm saying? This is how it starts. We have to start from particles. You can't talk to me about life and then tell me to only focus on human life, but not to focus on the entire cosmos when I am connected to that, when I function with that, when I move in cycles and rhythms with the sun, the universe, and the planets and the galaxies.
Facts. Elite, I'm gonna get to you in just a second because that name kind of crazy. But
Facts.
somebody in the comments said all other races had 7% Neanderthal mankind, and we are 100% human, the Aboriginal. So I'm gonna come clean. This is what we were talking about earlier with the sulcuses in the brain and not making cohesive, like there being complete brain coherence with thoughts that we have. The thing is that this is not a discussion about race. This is about speciation, how things function in nature. And the 7% cat's been out of the bag. They have different
20
amounts, 20 to
to
40%
yeah.
Neanderthal. That 7% is not it. I've never even heard anybody go that low. And we're 100% human. You basically just said we're 100% animal, so you classified us as them, and then said we were aboriginal, which means to be away from the original.
To hate the original.
Yeah, would mean aboriginal, because that they changed the definition. That's why there's such a disconnect with that in our community, because during Delbert Blair's time, that's what aboriginal did mean, to hate the original. Now the definition is to be away from the original. Either where it goes, you're not synonymous with origin or genetics. So I just wanted to unpack that right quick.
We are not humans. You see what I'm saying? We are not humans.
Go ahead. Yeah, facts. Go ahead, Elite. Haplogroup E. You're on mute. Go ahead and come off mute and express what you wanted to say. They left.
Wow.
Okay. And that was interesting. I wanted to see what that person was gonna say, because when we're talking about haplogroups, that, you know, a lot of y'all that take pride in the haplogroup, you don't understand you're taking pride in the antigen.
Yep.
That's why I was like, that person was probably we were probably finna have a discussion about blood. I don't know. Feel free to come back up. Somebody said, very interesting. How are we not human? We don't have animal DNA. So when I was talking about the cell, that nucleoid region, we don't have an innermost region in our cell to even produce animal proteins.
Yeah, we don't have centrals. Centrals are only found in eukaryotic cells and animal cells. Prokaryotic cells is what black people have because prokaryotic cell condense sunlight, and that's what our skin does. So we don't have centrals, and centrals are little specialized compartments found in only animal cells because that would distinct that organism that's growing out of that cell to be classified as an animal. You see what I'm saying? And human means animal DNA. You have animal DNA. When you look up, do humans share animal DNA? Do humans and animals share DNA? They will show you that humans share 98 of their DNA percentage of their DNA with chimpanzees, 60% pigs, and different percentages because it all varies within them. That's why when you see eukaryotics, white people or Asian people, when they procreate with each other, is incomplete dominance. It's not natural for them even to procreate because they were not created for procreation. They were created to divide and to hinder the growth of consciousness of so-called black people throughout the entire planet. So their creator can now use that energy to do its daily function and have forever life or immortality. So humans, I'm just saying, is just an animal person. Hue means animal, man, and then man, hue, man, animal, man. That's what it is.
Most people are asking because I know when people ask questions like that and Zell starts giving the explanation, it will sometimes go over their head. Not to be facetious, I really mean that. A lot of people that ask that question are asking, well, if we can procreate with these people, how are we not the same as them? And this is my whole explanation behind the antigens. These have to be attached to our red blood cells in order for that to even take place. We haven't always genetically or historically procreated with them, and that's what he's one of his last points where they haven't even always been able to procreate with themselves. That's the reason why y'all be calling them cave this, cave that. If you actually take a look at their anatomical stature, they were not able to procreate at that time. They had to undergo genetic modification, and there's plenty of proof of genetic modification. I mean, synthetic biology would not exist if they were not genetically modified. That whole branch of science wouldn't be a thing. She asked, "What are we? Solar beings?" I mean, there's no title that you could really put on us. You know what I'm saying? But in order for the viewer or the listener to grasp it, we're not animals.
We're the sun and the universe walking in the flesh. That's what we are.
I just was going to say, neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and that's what's functioning our body. So that's the importance of actually being in the sun, eating of the sun. We're sun people. We're not animals, and that's the reason why we struggle with disease a lot, because when we begin to eat these animals, they clog our mucus, that inflammation. Inflammation is white, mucus is white, sugar is white, salt is white. All those things begin to clog up our arteries, harden them, start to deteriorate our cells, take the nutrients out of our bones, take the nutrients out of our blood. The tricalcium phosphate is a bleach that's used to make roads, that's used to make milk be more white, and we're
paint.
not aware. Yeah, paint. That's what they use in paint, and we're putting that in our bodies. So when we say, "Oh, we're not humans," we got to really understand who we are. That goes based off of studying your genetics, phenotype, behavior, right? How do we move? We move completely different from these people in nature under the sun. But going back to the she said, so what do we eat?
If you are what you eat, and we just said that we are sunlight, you see what I'm saying? Neuromelanin is concentrated colors. The whole spectrum of colors that you see in the rainbow and beyond, those colors, that's what you are. You see what I'm saying? You are if you're the mother of life, the mother of the so-called black race, you are an electron. You see what I'm saying? You're the prime creator, the divine. Oh, you're a guy, then you are her son. You see what I'm saying? You are her son.
I thought that was the other sister from this.
Oh, my fault, brother.
I thought you were. That's why I was confused. I'm like, this sister asking, she already know. From up here, it looks like somebody that be in our lives until we clicked. We seen the okay. My bad.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you saying you're a brother, you are the sun walking in the flesh. You were birthed magnetically through the magnetic color force of electrons. When electrons bond and pick up different quarks to make up a proton, which is the first building block of matter, and they're at the core of every sun, and it's a masculine energy, and they power up suns to have coronal mass ejections or seminal fluid ejections like we have down here, brothers, to then impregnate planets to start life. That's why the sun is the prime creator of all life. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's what's going on. The same thing on how black men and how black women move down here is the same way how suns and planets move. So we should not be asking, what do I eat? What do I do? How should I do this? When you have the sun and the universe in your genetics, how are they moving? You see what I'm saying? How are the molecules in your body moving? How are the atoms in your body moving? How are the cells in your body moving? How are the tissues in your body moving? What are they doing with frequency? What are they doing with solar prominences from the sun? What are they doing with free electrons from the universe and the ground, from Earth? What are they doing with this energy? What should you be doing with this energy?
We're saying study nature. That's it.
You
That's how
study
we.
nature, you become nature.
That's how we. That's how we know who we are. Is we study how things move in nature. Like an alligator doesn't know that you're calling it that. It's only doing what its genetics is telling it to do. So if we're following a patriarchal system that is going against not only just us as a people, our unity, who we are, but it also deteriorates us down to a cellular level, that's not something that we should be giving energy to. That's not our identity. Excuse me. So it's like when we start clinging to things like give me one second. Start clinging on to uh titles like this. What sense does it make for us to say we're the real Indians? Like we haven't been reclassified. We're the same people. We're the same people. They're classifying us by how they want to group us together. And I'm not sure who that, if that was a eukaryotic in here, or if that was a mother of life, or who, because we didn't get to hear what they were going to say. But elite haplogroup E, that's a wild name considering that us as a people don't truly understand the science behind who we are
Yep.
and them. So all these different classifications, and we're just subscribed. We've been Negro, we've been Indian, we've been African American, we've been black. Or I'm not black because my skin not black. Okay, so then let's go with that. Then you're not black because your skin isn't black. So what's really real here? The color, or what makes up the color? The composition of the skin. So the last thing, the only thing that we haven't explored is genetics, and the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. Go ahead, Yakub, the hated one.
Yeah, black people aren't indigenous to America. If you think that you're on the special bus kid, like you're a
We're
special bus
not.
kid,
We're not even saying that here. So what are you on about?
why is it saying Indian, slave, Negro, black? This is pretendian.
Are you a eukaryotic cell portraying yourself as someone that's so-called black? Why do I hear a lack of electromagnetism in your voice, but then I see a neuromelanated man on the screen?
Are you on drugs?
Yeah, you
What is
trying
your
to live on.
identity?
I'm not finna deal with that.
What?
Like
I'm
they
black
don't.
American.
Okay, so anybody that says that they're black American, anybody that says I'm an African, anybody that claims anything that these seven continents that were named by these draconians that made an inorganic species to divide and lower your consciousness. Any of these names, come up here and tell me, oh, I'm an Indian or I'm a Zulu or I'm a Dogon. Come up and tell me genetically what is the biostructure of that species and what is the genetic structure of that species. Explain it to us. Don't just tell me I'm this, because I want to know the genetic and biological identity of that species that you're talking about?
Black people in America are on average 70 to 80% sub-Saharan African, 20 to 30% European, less than 1% indigenous.
What is the genetic composition of an American and an African and a European? Can you tell me the genetic composition of those three
Europe,
different people you was trying to talk about?
what do you mean? In what sense? Do you want me to start listing genetic codes or what?
Can you tell me the difference in embryology? We're saying that the titles clearly we've been
Wait,
classified by. We've
embryology?
Let her
always.
finish.
That's why I didn't want to let him up here. I don't feel like being in that energy today. We're going back and forth and shit. I'm not finna do that with y'all.
Love, I was
Let
just
each
trying to
other
figure
Let her
speak.
finish.
Let each other
I was
speak.
just
Or
telling
Let
you
her
I don't even know
finish.
what that
now,
word
I'm
meant.
already explaining myself, so just wait until I'm done.
You
Y'all
used a
gotta.
big
Oh
word.
my
I'm just
gosh.
asking. I'm just
Just wait a second. Just wait. All right. We've been classified by these different names. People on other land masses that share the same embryology as us, the same genomics as us, are just being classified by a different title. The titles come from the opposite species, the people that don't stem from the same totipotent stem cell as us, and we're subscribing to the title. So
you're
what he's
using big
asking
Let
you,
her
words.
finish,
what he's
man.
asking you, because you said you didn't understand, that's why I gave you an explanation. What he's asking you is, you just said indigenous, black, white, sub-Saharan. We don't know who you're talking about because Elon Musk is African, ain't he?
Yep.
Right? When we talk
No,
about African Americans, these people that are biracial, that are mixed, they're classifying themselves as black when their mother is white, and it's the mother's genetics that rule.
And you can't be like, oh, native or indigenous, because didn't them fake Native Americans find out that they were from, or they came from Siberia, but they're not even the natural inhabitants of Siberia because they're not natural to the planet at all. So we're subscribing
Siberian?
to titles that is not advancing our children's brain
Are
development.
they
It's not
aliens?
helping our species bond together. You see what I'm saying? So our culture doesn't need a revolve around tribes and these different names of groups that were grouped after we were falling in frequency over 200,000 years. We need to go back before 200,000 years, back to when I was just a proton, back to when I was a totipotent stem cell in my mother's womb. That's what I care about, because if I'm genetically the same and have the same genetic neuromelanin structure, the helium and the hydrogen, the carbon, the oxygen, and the nitrogen. And I have that structure. And my brother in Africa and my brother in Australia also have that structure, and they can biosynthesize the sun. How are we different? And why are we allowing a genetic stranger, Asians, white, Arabs, and all these different people that came through involuntary mixed breeding and voluntary mixed breeding, how are they medically and psychologically evaluating our children, and why are we allowing them to police us on our planet? That's what you need to be focusing on.
You're on mute. We're asking you, just to sum it up, I'm asking you a simple question. You're naming titles. We're having a discussion about embryology, and
I can go now. Can I
yeah.
go?
Go ahead. Yeah.
You're using words you don't understand. You're using species in place of race. All humans are the same species. The rule about species is if it can procreate and have children, and those children aren't sterile, they can continue having children. It's the same species. White people and black people, Asian people, same species. Human.
Yeah. So the thing, I understand that it's happening, but is it natural, and has it always been happening
Yes.
genetically and historically?
Yes.
So let's
Yes.
go 200,000 years ago.
Yes.
Can you genetically prove to me that these people were here and
Yes.
able to reproduce? Please
Yes.
do. Because there's
Yes.
no scientist on this planet that can tell us how we went from haploids to diploids, but somehow you march in on a TikTok live and
You
can
don't
tell us.
understand. Okay, ma'am. Again, you're not using words you understand. Haploids and diploids. Haploids are genetic traits that you can trace back, right? Black people in
No.
America have nope. I will bring up the definition to these words since you guys don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
No, yeah, you can bring it up, but
Black
let me just
people
tell you
have
off the bat.
African haploid groups. That's why when
You're
they
using
genetically test us,
titles.
Black Americans
Okay.
in the
We're asking
Americas, we
for.
usually have E1B1. That's an African
No, okay,
haploid
see,
group.
now you're talking about
White
haplogroups.
people, on the other hand, have
Okay, hold
European
on, hold on,
haploid
hold
groups
on, hold on, hold on, hold on
because
for a
they come
second.
from Europe.
Hold on for a second, my
It's
brother. I
basic
got you.
science, bro.
Hold on for a second. I
Are you
got
guys
you,
It's
brother.
not
okay?
science. You're
Hold on,
using
hold on for a second.
titles.
I heard you, brother. You just said that you was just talking about haplogroups. We asked,
Haploids.
how did a haploid cell, turn into a diploid cell? We were not talking about groups. You see what I'm saying? We asked you specific question. How did a haploid cell turn into a diploid cell? How did a single cell organism, an organism that doesn't need genetic information or materials or energy from any other organism, that can self-sustain itself and reproduce on its own self, how did that cell evolve, so-called evolve, into a cell that needs different genetic information and materials and energy from different organisms to have
What
cellular
does that
structure
have to
and
do
to
with
become an
people?
organism? Because if you're
What
going to
does that have
say
to do
that
with
we are
people?
all humans, how did that happen?
Evolution, my brother.
How? Okay, the base premise of evolution is that haploids change into diploids. No scientist on the planet can tell us how a haploid cell, how a prokaryotic cell change into a diploid cell, a eukaryotic cell. They're having different theories, but they don't have a answer. So I want you to tell me, my brother, and the viewers that are watching, how did a cell that was an autotroph cell, a haploid autotroph single cell organism that can condense sunlight on its own and use that chemical energy to make molecules to feed itself, why would that cell change now to become a cell that needs genetic
One's an
information
animal.
from different
Wait,
organisms
wait, wait, wait,
to
wait.
Why
become
are
One's
an
a
you
plant
organism?
telling
cell.
him to wait and he's asking
One's
you
a
the
plant cell. One's a
question?
human cell. You understand that, right? We're not
No, no, no,
No, it's
plants,
not.
no, no,
Hold
no.
on, hold
right?
on. Can I just say something, please?
Plants don't have those cells.
Hold on, because I don't know
Humans
if
do.
you were in here when we
We
went
didn't
over
evolve
this.
from
Okay,
plants.
chill. We're just
We
talking.
evolved from
You don't
another
have to. You
Hold
don't have
on.
to do
human
that. We're
animal.
gonna let you talk, but we.
Animal.
I'm gonna take you off the
Are
panel
you
if you
okay?
can't chill. Let me talk. You're
You keep
talking
using
over.
big words and
Oh
you
my
don't know the
gosh, bro.
definition of them. It's
I'm finna
Okay,
tell
bad.
him to get out of here, bro. I don't have time for
hey, if you're
this.
gonna disrupt us, okay, he left on his own.
Yeah,
He left on his
no,
own.
we didn't
He,
take
you know
our
how many
time.
times this guy said, "Oh, you're using big words," but you don't. That's a projection. You don't know the words that we're using, so you're telling us evolution, evolution. But we're asking you a simple question that we've talked to scientists, biologists, different solar physicists. We talked to different chronobiologists on these lives and asked them, how did a haploid turn into a? They have not given us one answer, but you telling us a meat eater, a sun eater, trying to be a meat eater and a human is trying to tell me that we are the same as these people, but cannot answer me how a haploid turned into a diploid cell because it never happened. You see what I'm saying?
Scientists are not even saying that it happened. This is
Exactly.
what I'm getting ready to explain to you. The main distinction that you're trying to say one is an animal, one is a no. The main distinction between prokaryotes and eukaryotes is among the organisms is how they function. It's
Yep.
just talking about how the cell itself functions. Do you have multiple genetics to work to operate the cell, or is there one thing, one embryological origin, or is there multiple embryological origin? And I was about to explain to you embryonic stem cell origin. I had a diagram on there. So this is not just about plants versus animals. You know how like
There's
ignorant it
plants.
is to say that because this also involves microorganisms.
Yep.
The only thing on the planet is not just animals and plants, dude. You got microorganisms. You have small insects whose origin don't stem from biogenesis. You have ectogenesis. You have biogenesis. You have parthenogenesis, somatic parthenogenesis. That's what evolution is explaining. The difference between the two origins. The base premise is saying how we went from being autotroph to heterotroph, how we went from mainly only being prokaryotes to now having prokaryotes. So everything that's listed under that are maybes. The base premise of that theory has not ever been proven to ever have happened.
Exactly.
Endosymbiosis is a theory. In theory, this is what could have happened, but that is not happening today. We've never observed that. That's never been definitive. So they know how it happened. This is the reason why synthetic biology exists. Where else would you have gotten CRISPR-Cas9? Where else would you have gotten gene modification from if you're not genetically modified?
The trees around you are genetically modified.
Yeah.
The fruit around you in your store is genetically modified. The organisms around you are genetically modified. Now, why would the organism that wants your energy keep you in a genetically modified environment? Why would they do that?
Yeah, so the thing is like this is not one is a that's you know what it was because that was that eighth grade biology shit that you never evolved from. They taught you animal versus plant cells, but are the only but what else is in existence besides animals and plants?
Exactly.
So
There's
that's what we
fungi.
mean about connecting dots. Exactly, fungi. Explain to me how the mycelium got here.
Because like she just said, there's eukaryotic plants, there's eukaryotic animals. There's how do you think they got to make humans today? They started grafting, putting genetic information together with insects, with microorganisms, different viruses together. You see what I'm saying? Then they got into insects, then they got into plants, then they got into the humans,
Animals,
the
small
animal, oh, small
animals.
animals, and then they got into bigger animals and then humans. Right
Yeah.
now, them.
So I'm actually gonna show you what I'm talking about because I know it's a lot when we're saying it and we get passionate about it. So they be like, "What the hell?" But I'm actually finna show you um, what this looks like. First of all, I'm gonna show you some of the scientists that actually do this. Here's one right here. This is Glenn Olson. He's right in Dallas, Texas. So I know it's a lot of my followers that are from the Texas region. I believe he's at UTD, if I'm not mistaken. But he's actually explaining to you using AI how genetic engineering takes place. And these scientists also get into the origin of how it took place and how they started. So it's not pseudoscience, it's not fake, it's something that you just have to study and understand.
And their literal explanation is nature's not doing making enough life, so we had to step in.
Right.
Scientists are saying this, and they're making her whole. Literally, we watched the documentary of synthetic biology. Her whole garden, walking up to her house, is synthetic
Synthetic.
fruits and vegetables. She has synthetic animals running around her house. The whole environment is synthetic, and she's on a planet that is naturally solar radiated and natural. And you have beings on the planet that are naturally solar beings that absorb that radiation.
Right. Lions are prokaryotes and they have a single set of chromosomes. Bees are prokaryotes. So when he's saying that it's just animals and plants, no.
Wrong.
All those animals don't all stem from the same totipotent stem cell now, do they? So origin has to be the focal point here. All right. So
The
on
name
the
of the documentary is called Synthetic Biology, and it's made by the Splice channel,
TV.
Splice TV channel, and this they have full of different science documentaries there, where they're talking about genetic modification and splicing. And when you actually like research, like damn, so y'all putting apricots and plums together to make plum cot. So you took those, and now that organism has two different genetic origins. But then y'all have cow, pig, dog. So who made you?
Yeah, why would
That's what you how. That's how you're gonna watch this shit.
in every genetic engineering documentary, they're always gonna show you cats and dogs and pigs. And I'm actually getting ready to show because this is another documentary. This one is just a genetic engineering documentary clips we took from this. This is a petri dish. That light that we're talking about, this is CRISPR-Cas9, what they're using to actually insert genetic material into a cell. And after the genetic material is been introgressed, because that's what, damn, we haven't said that word in forever.
Introgressed.
We haven't been live in a minute, but hybridization is done through introgression. So let me back up. Their origin, the eukaryotic cell's origin is introgression. Introgress genes. So when we're talking about CRISPR-Cas9, taking like snake DNA, rabbit DNA, these different organisms, microorganisms, they share DNA with potatoes, celery, cats, dogs. What they're doing is they're taking DNA material and they're introgressing the genes together through this light.
Or
That light.
introducing two different genes within synthetic calcium ionophores, which is the base of to make synthetic life.
So that's what this is on the screen. right here, electroporation. So introgression is done through hybridization, and there's really like 10 types. Electroporation, light is one of them. Transfection is another one. So
Sonoporation.
I wouldn't be able to go through all of them in this live and extensively like go through that. But when I give y'all the key words, you can look them up, and you can actually see what I'm talking about. Um, this one right here, let me it's about genetic engineering. Um, this is them. This is like the starting portion. This is them, like you can kind of see off to the left right here. It's like they're grabbing the DNA that they're extracting out, and when they introgress genes, this is what the cell now looks like after. This is the penetration. Like you can kind of see it, that point right there that they're documenting with that arrow or that plus sign. After they grab that genetic material, because this was the experiment that was done by a white scientist that was taking, I think he used his own DNA to implant pig DNA in. And when we talk about phenotype, y'all, a part of phenotype is not just skin, hair, and how you look like. It's everything that can be accessed on a physical level. So people forget that fifth one in the list, which is behavior. None of our people are sitting back injecting themselves with DNA from animals that they don't share genomics with, or the reason why they're doing it is because they're connected to that animal.
Yep,
That's
they're compatible.
The reason why we're seeing this. That's the reason why they say man's best friend. This is the reason why when they get wet, they smell like that.
Letting off
They're
sulfur
letting off sulfur
dioxide.
because this is what they're naturally producers of those animal proteins and lipids. We don't, when we get wet, we don't smell like that. So when people try to say we're animals too, no, we've been introduced to these organisms. That's the reason why we suffer from the things that we do. You can even read books like When Grape Was Legal, or what is it called, the breeding of, what is it, the breeding of America, or American breed. I can't remember what it's called. I'm gonna post a separate video later today of all the books that I've read since the books that we've last posted, because I've completed like 6 books in the last like 2 to 3 months, and I need to show y'all where I'm getting my information from now. But this is them infiltrating the cell with foreign DNA.
Yep. That's a pig cell, and he took DNA out of himself and put it in there.
And I'm gonna show you who these people are, because it's a lot more common than you think. They sell these kits online.
And they grew, and it grew.
Yep.
But when these documentaries, when it's the end of the documentary, they won't tell you what they did with it.
Yeah.
Because they will just tell you, oh, it started growing a little bit, and then they'll move on to a different topic in the documentary. But the whole time, they're keeping them, they're growing them, they're raising them. You see what I'm saying? They're just trying to play the divine creator on the planet. But you see what I'm saying? Their time is up.
So you can see the cell that's in the back on the right, and that's how it looked before. You remember when we were talking about antigens and how the cell becomes affected? Now after they added that DNA to the cell, you see how the cell changed right there in the middle on the top? It's completely changed the way the cell looks. This is how antigens now affect us as BOK people. That's why we can't leave meat alone. This is why, and this has been years. What is it called? Genesis. Epigenetics. It's just been passed down. You see what I'm saying? Totipotent stem cell, X chromosome rules. So this is going from grandmother to mother to daughter, because this is how genetics has always been passed down. It has never been because of the father. That's never happened. We've never seen that happen, and the only time we've seen that happen is with the eukaryotic cell, unnaturally in a lab.
Yep. All nature runs through matriarch.
Yeah, elephants do it, bees do it, ants do it.
Lions, wasp.
All prokaryotic life move off of a matriarchal system, number one, and all their genetic information comes from their mother.
Yep.
Everything in nature is taught by their mother. Lions The hunters of the group are the lionesses. The men are taught how to hunt by the mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in nature is taught by the mother because she is first. So after the cell now becomes affected, this is what it looks like. So when y'all are like, oh, they over there eating monkeys, you're over here eating pigs. They have a
Alligators.
different set of antigens than you. Yeah, like one of my uncles now has made it a tradition to where he grills an alligator once a year. I'm like, bro, if you don't get this shit off my motherfucking phone, sending me pictures of that shit, that's terrible.
There's our brothers and sisters in islands eating maggots,
Yeah,
insects. We should.
insects,
None of us should be doing none of this.
and the fact that we are is because of the presence of antigens.
Yep. Because we've been infiltrated.
We've been infiltrated on a cellular level. The
Yep.
soil, the air, nanotech, molecular gastronomy, what you see and what you don't see. So this is bigger than just, oh, she wearing box braids and she white. You gotta understand, man. You gotta
Yeah.
understand this shit. You gotta understand that they do not come from biogenesis. So all they can do is copy. If you understood her genetics, you wouldn't even be giving her any energy. Y'all gotta stop doing that shit, man. We gotta stop hosting comfortable spaces on their platforms to talk about that. How do you work for them 9 to 5 every day and then go live about how you can't stand him? You wouldn't say that to him while you're on the clock.
Exactly.
You wouldn't tell, but guess who stand on business though? Guess who tell the police you're unnatural? You're not supposed to be policing me on the planet. You're dressed in black from head to toe to mimic me. We don't play that shit.
Wherever we go, we let off our light and we tell you
Who
who we
you
are
are.
genetically and biologically, and we tell you that, yo, you are not us. We are not you. You should not be doing this on our planet. And this changes reality on the planet because the atoms in the air and the atoms in your that you're letting off through your vernacular bind together to reconstruct the reality that you manifest. The same way with your eyes. That's why our species used to talk with it. We used to talk with our eyes. And these eyes create magnetic force, and photons travel through these magnetic force, and then you have photoreceptors in your eyes and cones and rods that pick up this, and then it gets translated through sound, shape, frequency through your brain, and this is how you comprehend and receive messages and information from people without talking to them. And there's different organisms, intelligent life forms on this planet that don't look like so-called black people, that don't look like the eukaryotic cell, that that can talk like this. You see what I'm saying? We've been lied to about life on the planet, and we've been lied to about our genetics.
Yeah,
So we should be studying that the most. Do not ask, what should I be doing? You need to be going within yourself and making that voice inside so sensitive that that's the only thing that you're listening to.
and you need to be sharpening that. Right
Exactly.
now, what I was getting ready to say when he was talking about with his explanation that he just gave, we're literally manifesting the continuation of them being here.
Yep.
I want y'all to read Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Yes.
I want y'all, man, y'all have got to read that. You need to understand what makes Be Okay People Be Okay by Dr. Layla Africa. That's a 60-page book. You can get it in. That's quick.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Divine Carbon series, that's 40 to 80 pages. That's nothing. But Becoming Supernatural, when you really get into the mindset, because we try to mysticize metaphysics. Like, man, that's just you. That's the auric field around your body. You can't stand too close to a TV because your reception will mess up that TV. You telling me that's pseudoscience? So we can't test that theory right now. Right? So we have to start understanding we are not the body. We are the consciousness controlling it.
Mm-hmm.
So that book, even before the book even starts, like in the preface, it's already locking you in about what they found in brain scans with you just thinking a coherent thought. Let me, my notes is right here. I'm going to read like some of the notes. Boom, here it is. I wrote a snippet from this. Formula to change your reality. This is in the first few pages of the book. Clear intention, which equals a coherent brain, plus elevated emotion, which is a coherent heart, equals biological changes that helps focus on the future from past. That's science. that's literally your thoughts plus the emotion behind you have it is what migrates your cells and migrates the parallel realities around you for you to match that frequency for it to manifest. That's it. It's just energy, exerting energy.
Yeah, what you visualize and what you imagine, you see what I'm saying? What you desire, that's what becomes and shapes your reality. You see
That's
what I'm
it.
saying? That's it.
We're
So when you wanna,
manifesting.
when I saw somebody say, "Oh, I want to sharpen my inner voice," you see what I'm saying? But you had to use your inner voice to type that. You see what I'm saying? You didn't speak it. You spoke to yourself to do that. You got to catch yourself right there. You see what I'm saying? Because if the fact that you're not catching your thoughts right there, that means you're slower than your thoughts. But you're the one creating your thoughts. So you need to be faster than your thoughts and catch them and talk and consult in your brain. You have 12 melanin clusters or melanin centers in your brain called the 12 cranial nerves. This is what controls every movement in your body, whether it's physical or metaphysical. You see what I'm saying? Your pineal gland sits in the middle of it, just like the sun sits in the middle of all the planets, just like an atom, just like how protons sit in the middle of all electrons. This is how your pineal gland is in the middle of all these different zodiac centers in your brain. And it travels and it learns. So what you should be doing to sharpen your inner voice is to learn. You see what I'm saying? But when you learn from within. Don't just speak it out yet. Just learn and learn how to control your flow of thoughts.
That's all meditation is you controlling the flow of thoughts, but that's just you understanding beta to alpha waves,
Yep.
how they slow down. Like, and that's why I say if you can read a book about this shit, it will help you actually manifest the life that we need for our community. We're sitting here trying to manifest trips to Cancun, children going missing, like we not really harnessing our energy to do the things that we can really do. That's the problem. Like, we sitting here saying like, oh, what's the next step or what's the answer? You migrating your thoughts. And the more you do it, she does it, he does it, the children do it, and then it's a chain reaction. But we're not trying to manifest that. We talking about some, oh, the Africans owe us reparations. Nigga, money is not gonna get you out of this. Y'all think y'all can just pay y'all way out of this shit or something like, oh, I can pay my way to freedom. Then how is you free? I don't understand. We not locking in with the truth. That's why we still here.
Yep. The fact that you made that thought, that locked yourself up. You see what I'm saying? You just
Yeah,
locked
your
yourself up
thoughts
in a mental
of
prison.
mental prison. Like, we gotta stop the brothers, because I mainly hear the brothers say this. I don't really hear sisters say this, but I'm sure that they're saying it too. Stop saying this is a prison planet. Please stop saying that, man.
Yep.
You're not in prison. You're just continuing to manifest physical matter that looks like a prison. Light that's been bended to make you think you're in chains when you're not. All these draconians and reptilians and these other life forms, because we're not the only intelligent life forms here. They're just not more intelligent than us.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you would only understand that if you're studying genetics. You not. That's why when the brother came up here a minute ago talking about, man, that's just plants and animals. What about the trees, man? Like the microorganisms.
The insects.
What about the mycelium,
the particles.
the mushroom, the bugs? Bugs are not insects. Like, we leaving a lot of shit out here.
You think that's air you're breathing, but that's living molecules that when wind patterns are actually intelligent, they actually clash together to create biological matter. You see what I'm saying? This is how interstellar gases in space move, is the same way wind currents move here. You see what I'm saying? Through magnetic field lines.
Yeah.
So we should be well, I forgot. I was going to ask something else that you said earlier, but I lost my thought on that.
But this is what I was gonna show you earlier. Like how common it is now, like for them to have gotten to the point to where genetic engineering, like where they can just sell kits. You can see where it says http slash theodin.com. I'm gonna show you who Odin is. But these are the kits that I had referenced earlier. What they are using. But this is, you never believe this shit. This is what blows me like all the time. Like, this is Odin. Like, would you ever think that a person like this is performing genetic engineering like in his house? and selling kits. This is Odin, the creator of the Odin kits, and that's his assistant on the side of him, that woman.
Because they're trying to survive.
And he's in his house. I'm finna show you where they're doing this at. Them kits that y'all was buying, because somebody was in my comments a few months ago saying that he lost his kit. I want y'all to understand, like, he pushing them kits out of a trap house in Detroit. Like, this is how normalized it is. This is where the kits is coming from.
Genetically modified equipment to sell out to
To
people.
sell out to people.
So they can survive on a planet that's solar radiated because their suit that they're walking in isn't compatible with solar radiation. The sun is not compatible or conducive to their existence.
And they're doing this, like, you can see the kitchen floor in the background. They're doing this in their house. Like, that's a frog. They're doing this in their house.
Yep.
So while we're sitting here going live about racism, they're doing this kind of stuff in their house.
They're taking DNA from a frog to inject it in themselves to find a way to sustain on the life on the planet naturally. Because that frog can naturally sustain on this. To survive, to control, to survive, for power. That's what they're doing this for. All countries will tell you that we're fighting, oil and water, we're fighting wars. But they all have a treaty to not go past Antarctica. They all have a treaty. They can all work together for that. You see what I'm saying? So that tells you that these people are working together in other things that they don't want you to know. Specifically on controlling our consciousness and having the control over our children so they can have infinite energy or immortal life or forever life. So that's what they want. They want forever life. And right now, they actually are trying to leave the planet. They're trying to escape out of the planet. That's why all these rockets and stuff like that are being made and everything, because the solar system is closed. The Van Halen belt is closed. There's no way these species are leaving the planet. Neither are their creators. So they are going to have to deal with what's coming to the planet because the ozone layer is being removed by solar protons, and the magnetic force of electrons. And that's changing every organism on the planet's genetic and biological structure. And with that going on, they're doing different DNA tests and different genetic experiments to try to sustain life on the planet. This is why you will see the regular getup of a eukaryotic cell outside is sunglasses, hat, or they're covering themselves away from the sun. So racism is about genetic survival. They're being mean to you because they need you. they do saying all these things because they genetically can't survive without you.
Like,
They don't want you to escape or be away from them because they don't want that. That's all I'm saying.
There's actually a baby in his hands, and we put up the article for this that was published, and he only got like 3 years for creating a 3-parent baby, and he didn't even tell the people that were involved that he was doing this.
Mhm.
They gave him 3 years. So that's another reason why our people don't know, is because, number one, you can't do it here. The U.S. is working with other countries in order to do this. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't develop a show like Stranger Things and it just be complete pseudoscience. Nah.
Where'd you get that from?
Experiment actually happened amongst many other experiments. Where did y'all get these images from? Where did y'all get the knowledge behind to create portals? Like, they literally can tell you in a TV show. So the truth is all around us, but we think in our heads that it's pseudo. Why don't you go try it? Why don't you sit down and you study it? Why don't you actually look into what these people are discussing? Because the number one question in the world is how we went from haploids to diploids. How did the eukaryotic cell get here? We asking them, should we let the white girl wear box braids? She not even supposed to be here. You know? So that's what we got to start locking in with. If we still talking about racism and going into, what is this, 2026? Or that fake ass time. But how we don't get it by now? Your genes are expressing itself on a phenotypical level. We've never done the same things to these people because we don't share the same genomics as them. Period. So that we got to start locking in with truth and not dancing around it. It's not about we got to build this and build that. No, we need to completely separate from this system. Point blank. Period.
And to do that,
And to
we need our brothers and sisters to research so they can start making videos or making or going live about this as well, or speaking out in their community. We don't need people to just come on watch people for 3 hours talking about genetics. We need y'all to learn this and go put it out there too, so we can change reality. Cause that's what we're doing.
that's what we're yeah that's the problem. Like, we're not migrating ourselves and our thoughts to get out of this. We trying to manifest staying here as long as we at the top. Why the fuck do you want to be on top of this shitty ass system? Why do you want to continue to stay here and manifest generations and generations to be here when you know that that's not how it's always been? So the thing is if these people have always been in existence, why would they just why would we be infiltrated to where we are now? Why would this have just been a 200,000 year thing if they've always been here? They've always been here, but they can't take the sun. They've always been here, but we haven't always been in the state that we're in physically or mentally. So you got to start locking in more with the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all be in here, but y'all also be in them lives about reparations. Y'all be in here trying to get the science and trying to talk about neuromelanin and shit, but then saying the Africans ain't us. That's why when I see people that come in here and, hey, y'all, some of y'all be in them lives, though. That's why I don't really say a lot of shit no more. I just speak the truth, because a lot of y'all be in this live and spreading hate in another one.
Yep, you're not standing on your
You
genetic
saying abundance
foundation.
in here, but you laughing talking about African booty scratcher in there.
Yep.
We're cosmic in here, but we pushing patriarchy over there. That's what I'm talking about. Where nothing has changed because you still coming in here or listening to our brothers and sisters actually show the truth, and then you go right back to the lie. It's no discipline. No standard of living that we want better for ourselves or nothing. We just on TikTok just listening to other people talk. Well, I want to come up and I want to say something about this. How are you moving when we not on the phones? That's what really mattered to us, and that's what's gonna actually shift like the dynamic for our people.
Yep. This power grid is getting ready to shut down. Once that ozone layer is completely removed, that South Atlantic or South America anomaly, once that those protons vibrate and shake the magnetic fields to where it dissipates, all the solar radiation is gonna fall into the planet and shut the electrical grid down. So how are you gonna move? How are you gonna structure your life? Your close circle. Do you trust them? Do you trust yourself? Do you know yourself? This is the type of things that you should be trying to get to know. Because the main thing you need to know is that in this planet, there's organic and GMO, because throughout the entire planet is just prokaryotic beings. This is the only planet where there's eukaryotic organisms at. This is why the whole solar system is here watching us, to see how the prokaryotic beings move on the planet with eukaryotic beings. You got to view this as a test of your discipline, like you said, a test of your will. Am I going to let a system that was built off my G side, am I going to let this system of patriarchy, economics, all of these things distract me away from the Holy Trinity or the Divine Trinity, woman, child, and man? Am I going to allow that to distract me from that?
We want patents over our children. Who you gonna have to pass the patents and all these reparations that you get? Who you gonna pass it down to? Because a lot of our elders are the ones that's pushing that narrative, and y'all have already lived y'all's life. So who are you gonna pass this shit to? Because it's not gonna be here. It's not gonna be here much longer, and we shouldn't be manifesting for it too. It's not hard to fixate your thoughts. It just takes discipline. And that's why your circle is important. This isn't just about just going up to random people saying, "Hey, I'm doing this, and you want to be a part of this?" Fuck no.
It's deeper than that.
It's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? Have you met yourself, and how deep have you gone with that? Because that's what we're getting ready to face is ourselves. Might want to get a jump start on that now.
Because how you treat yourself is how you're going to
You
treat
treat
me.
me.
How you love yourself is how you're going to love me. So how is a species that perform all these acts on us, these horrific acts on us, how can they love us?
And why are we still trying to give them hope?
Exactly.
They have never changed the way that they have acted ever. They've gotten worse as the more that they got more, the more that they became genetically modified. Because the food is doing it too. The food is upgrading, so-called upgrading their genes. So-called, right? Because nothing about their genomics is cohesive. It all stems from different embryological origins. So they're not 100% of anything. So when we talk about procreating with them, they are an opposite species because they don't stem from the same origin. We haven't always been able to procreate with them. So just because it's happening today doesn't mean that it's supposed to and doesn't make it natural. Because there's something that takes place on a cellular level. Red blood cell hemolysis, when we come in contact with these people, you should not be laying down and procreating with them simply because of hemolytic disease. So you may think that you're okay on a macro level, but on a microcosmic level, she's deteriorating your cells.
Yep. And sugar is the number one rug to the brain.
Yeah.
It sends shocks, electrical shocks to the brain, which makes it act slower. So you're not producing neuromelanin in the brain efficient enough, which gives you neurological issues and psychological issues. You see what I'm saying? You start to create sulcuses in the brain, have dissociative personality disorder, and when that's when your neurons start losing connection with each other. So you go from using 100 billion neurons to using like a few thousand neurons, which means that now you can't even formulate thoughts or can't control the speed of your thoughts, which now you can't control your emotions, which means that your body's in chaos. So the war was never in heaven. The war is in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the
Heaven
war
and
is at.
hell is just lower and upper portions of the brain.
Yep.
The lower portion of the brain exists, but then you also have the stomach, which is connected by the brain by the vagus nerve. So this is the reason why food. I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna I'm really gonna get it out soon. We're gonna do a live where we break down, or not a live. We're gonna host a YouTube. We'll probably just upload a YouTube video of how we decode these documentaries.
Yep.
Because what he's talking about with connecting dots, that's what we don't do. Like as a community, we stay stuck in one little portion of it and then we run with that. And then we don't expand our consciousness or our thinking. So I want y'all to actually see how we find the documentaries, what we're doing, down to hell the VPN. Like I don't fuck it, just showing
But-
everything. But the thing is like forming coherent thoughts. Because the sulcuses, split personalities, like we sitting here saying God this and God that, but God is dogma. So it's saying we're saying gods and goddesses, but that's dogmatic. So this is what causes that double-mindedness, like with things like when we're saying, oh, our melanin, or they may have the same melanin as us, but the African's not us. That's double-mindedness. That's saying, oh, they black, but they ain't black. What the fuck are we saying? And we gotta stop that because it's for sure children are listening.
Yep.
And that causes more sulcuses in their brain, and they 10.
And
5
sulcuses
years old.
and the social personality disorder, once you create all these different personalities within you, your brain now becomes malleable to programming, to mind control. This is why you feel like you need now somebody to govern your mind. You see what I'm saying? Only a being that thinks less of itself will ask somebody else to govern their mind. Only a being that thinks less of itself will ask a different species, a genetically different species, to raise their children. Only a species that is extremely low in their frequency, a species that doesn't want to grow in knowledge, but wants to grow in ignorance, a species that doesn't want to pass down wisdom, but wants to pass down trauma, That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. We want to choose we want to choose destruction over anything else. You know, the mother said, "Have you investigated the types of parasites they pass to us? All the parasites that exist. E. coli is a parasite. All these different bacteria, viral infections, venereal. Go to Google right now and type in venereal diseases, because
Yep.
the diseases come from parasites. When we're talking about getting rid of parasites, we're talking about cleansing the body of diseases. Any acid forming agent is a parasite. It's parasitic to our body because of how it responds whenever it hits our biology.
Anything
In our
that
anatomy.
any substance or of any matter, solid, liquid that you ingest in your body, and it changes your biological state and your psychological state, that is now a parasite, because that has control over you, and now you're its host that is controlling, and it can feed only if you listen to what it tells you to feed. Oh, I need a burger, or I need pizza. You're not saying that,
Yeah.
because your cells don't really need that for nutrition and minerals and vitamins. They really want the pectin inside of fruits.
Fruits.
They really want the magnesium and potassium to function through the ionic channels within their cells, through what the potassium and calcium that you get from nuts, that you
Yeah.
get from herbs when you make tea, when you steam over them. You see aromatherapy. This is how we feed. You see what I'm saying? So
Structured water, which is herbal tea. Anytime you add fruits, like it really pays to understand the origin, because we shouldn't be eating oranges, lemons, key limes, or grapefruits. They do have benefits, but for whose anatomy? Because those fruits that I just named are hybridized. I know key lime. Dr. Sabi said key lime was alkaline. Cool. It's a hybridized fruit.
and
So
if
it's not about oh what's good and what's bad. What corresponds with your biology and your anatomy. That's what it's about. The parent fruit to the grapefruit is the pomelo. That hasn't been hybridized, but the grapefruit has been genetically modified. It's the sour orange and the pomelo.
and
Yeah, I just was saying corn, beans, all these different fruits, cauliflower steaks that these niggas be grilling. Everything corn that like I know that people are trying to say that they're the American Indians and they were here first, so the corn and all. Corn is unnatural and is hybridized.
so that can't be our culture. That can't be a part of
come
that.
from us. That is a byproduct of colonization. That's why genetics is the answer to everything, because the base word of it is gene, which means origin. So it is supposed to go in your body if it is here through biogenesis and then naturally expanded with the cosmos, with the planet. If it was founded in da 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 and they naturally hybridizing it, that's not shouldn't go in your body. Cotton, there are natural forms of cotton. The one that they had us picking wasn't it though.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop going to their doctors. Stop eating at these restaurants. Stop going to their grocery stores. Stop going to their political institutions. Stop going to their school, and all you would need to do is learn yourself electromagnetically, and you will know how to function. Stop doing these things, because skole means to hold back. You see what I'm saying? And these doctors and these vaccines that they give us holds different reproductive proteins from monkeys, different snake proteins, snake venom. All of these different proteins from different organs of different animals are put in vaccines. Over 200 of them, and by the age of 2, our children have over 31 shots of these different vaccines that hold 200 different chemicals that slow down their reaction, the anabolic reaction and catabolic reactions within their cells.
Facts. And so the thing is like their goal is to slow down the flow of neuromelanin. So I'm not trying to be facetious when I say this, but when we like, is this nigga slow? What you're talking about is the flow of light. Every time when they depict in cartoons of a light bulb going off, that's because when you make connections in the brain, light is actually firing in the brain. This is why we talk about electromagnetism. So it's not taboo or pseudo, or we just not articulating the science. You know what I'm saying? The other thing that I was gonna say is it's not even just the vaccines; it's the foods, the canned goods, the canned corn, canned green beans. They allow up to a certain, I think it's like 20%, or no, it's like 200. I can't remember how much. I want to say it's like 20% or 200 or 20 grams, something with a two. Of they allow that amount of rat feces in canned goods. So a lot of the times when you're looking at these long chemical names on the back of this stuff, look up the origin through molecular gastronomy where that actually comes from. Because they're saying natural flavors, but 500 different things can be listed under natural flavors. It's the same thing in cosmetics when it comes to fragrance and hair products. 500 products can be listed under just fragrance. But when you actually start to look at what these are, where they get fragrance from, it's beaver piss. So the natural flavors that they talking about is naturally flavored from beavers. It's their urine. So we can keep saying that science isn't the answer all day long, but that's what they're using against us. That's the number one thing. Tuskegee experiment, they're experimenting on us. These Oregon energy accumulators, black body radiators, who are they using this on, and where are they getting the energy to power these types of gadgets, these types of advanced tech? That's what they call it, but it's really not that advanced. It's really just you. They're selling you back to you in another form.
The most advanced technology on this planet is our anatomy.
Yeah.
That's why children go missing the most. They go missing the most through the black market, through their organs, their totipotent stem cells, their adrenochrome. Just 1 gram of adrenochrome from our children is $1,000 in the black market. Just 1 little gram.
Our melanin,
Our melanin is,
Neuromelanin.
you see what I'm saying? It's $353 a gram for our neuromelanin, which is more than gold, silver, and different other metals that come from neuromelanin.
Yeah, so we're the most valuable thing here. That's why I'm like, how we don't care about the children. It literally is still like so-called breaks my heart when I heard that brother say on the live that time, it's bigger than children. He was a child himself saying that. You know what I'm saying? He was still a teenager saying that. It doesn't get bigger than us. Like, it doesn't get bigger than us. You gotta understand who you are down to a quantum level, though. That's why it don't. Because the further you go, the more of yourself you just see, you know, fuck, that just threw me off. But the further, the smaller you go, the more of you see.
Yep.
Literally, man. I mean, man, you gotta go to YouTube, type in how particles vibrate.
Cymatics.
Thank you.
How they respond to
Cymatics.
vibration. And they tell you the organism through cymatics, the organism that can have the most structural geometrical shape, which is the organism that can absorb the most light, which is aka so-called black people, is the most intelligent organism throughout the entire universe.
Yeah.
Cymatics.
Cymatics. So, you know, we was listening to our old lives that are on YouTube, and we play those back. That's why we be trying to chill out, because we be hearing ourselves be like, damn, I shouldn't have said that. But I was a brother on here a few months ago, and he was saying, like, you know, we built the pyramids, and it's more pyramids over here than it is over there, so this the real Egypt. I'm like, but now with how deep we've gone, because that was like a year ago, like, it's pyramids being made through sound right now. Like,
In your blood.
It's pyramids in you. It's pyramids all over the cosmos. It's pyramids on a quantum level that you can't even see with your naked eye. You worried about who got more, but we can't even tell each other. Why do those pyramids exist? You want to take ownership of the pyramids being there. Why did you build them?
Don't even know.
What are they for? We talk about the Dogon. They flat out told us what it was for. F1 in the chat. I got a violation. F1 and heavy movement in the chat, please.
Heavy emojis. Heavy emojis.
You know, every time when we start, you know, one sit, we already know. And I'm probably might head out soon because I'm trying to protect this live so I can put it on YouTube. Because if they take me off, I can't. That's why, you know, a lot of people be at work and we be live. It's just Y'all don't see it on YouTube because we got banned during the day. Like,
Yeah. There's even
but
sphinx of black women in Mars, on Mars.
yeah.
Pyramids on Mars with sphinx of black so-called black women.
Mm-hmm.
But we worried about, oh, who's the first one here in this landmass. Man,
Yeah.
y'all in for a shock of your life. There's an extinction level event happening with the eukaryotic cell, and there's a bonding universal magnetic event happening with our species, the so-called black race, the organic species, the solar species. You see what I'm saying? The nuclear force of
Yeah.
life.
And we've been missing our people too. We just been locked in with learning.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. Since the last time I talked to y'all, I've read at least 8 books.
Yeah, we've been reading.
Like, and I know I think I was on here like September. We've been reading like for real. I'm talking about staying up, completing books in one day, like 400-page books in a day, because it's just like information. The more your body takes in information, the lighter it actually becomes. It just has to be the right information. If you're taking in the wrong information, it's gonna weigh your body down.
Yep.
But if you learn about the brain, then you know, okay, I'm in the amygdala, not in the frequency I should be. How can I stimulate another portion of my brain so that way that I can actually come out of the mood that I'm in? Or let's actually learn about the hormones so that way I can understand this isn't just, oh, she's moody, or oh, she's that. We got to learn about oxytocin. We got to learn about our cortisol levels. Learn thyself. Learn about the body. Learn about your hippocampus, hypothalamus, what they do, and the importance of them. Because right now we're neglecting who we are, saying that we can't fix it, we can't this, we can't that. We're
And when we're
just
thinking
not
like that,
studying.
and when we're thinking like that, guess what? That the pineal organ is starting to secrete now. It's starting to secrete elements to create heavy metals to weigh your body down. But once you start thinking light, positive energy, then you will start to create helium alkaloids, which then you will start to be less dense and start to levitate. This is why people can levitate, because our bodies were filled with hydrogen and helium atoms. And these are the considered to be the lightest atoms and the most abundant atoms throughout the entire universe. So
That's
we
why
need to
you shit
change.
skin monkeys need to lay off Popeyes and grape Kool-Aid.
Oh, for real? For sure. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, an extinction level event is happening for his species. So you laughing, but who's laughing? The pig, the chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee, we
I
don't even
like
know.
before I can even laugh at the joke with you. I
Who
have
are
to
you?
dissect it. Yeah, who are you?
Like,
Like you're not even 100% of anything. But you're talking about that Popeyes. Maybe you should stop eating that Popeyes chicken,
yeah,
because that chicken shares DNA with you. You're eating yourself. You feel what I'm saying?
yeah.
So again, my people, we should just be focusing on ourselves. That's all we should be doing, man. Learning ourselves, elevating ourselves, sit back, have a smoothie, and let's watch this
You
radiation take
saying
over the planet.
you saying the Mexicans doing fine, but they're not.
Oh no, they're not.
This is not about titles. It's about embryology. Who are the Mexicans you talking about? You talking about the real Olmecs, the real Mayans the real so-called Mayans that have been there, or you talking about the ones that are here through
Ectogenesis.
hybridization, like from us mixing with y'all? Because them the ones that were selling us out. The ones that had a little bit of our DNA, like when y'all tell me, oh, the Africans sold us out. Yeah, it was the ones that when we started mixing with the Arabs.
Yep.
Them wasn't our people, like how y'all be trying to say it, because we don't understand genetics.
The Arab woman started producing hybrid children with black fathers, and those those eukaryotic children then started selling our people, because they had to learn that money thing from somewhere. Our people didn't know what type of currency these people wanted, because we understood that gold, silver, diamonds, all of these different riches that we say in the world comes from our pineal gland.
Yeah, literally.
So why would
We
we
hear a lot
need
of
to
talk.
why would we need to sell you one of our people? You see what I'm saying? For something that doesn't
We work
align with our
together.
daily functions.
The Minoans worked with the Cretans. The Phoenicians worked with the Minoans.
Yep.
And when you start, and you gotta pay attention to how the people moved. Anybody can be under them titles, right? But the most ancient, like how we moved in civilizations, is not how they moved 4,000, 5,000 years ago.
Yep.
Infiltration. Go ahead, my sister. Welcome up.
Abundance, sister, abundance.
Hi guys, Abundance. I've been watching y'all for a good little minute now, and I appreciate all y'all work. I look at y'all like scientists, and in my community, y'all was the first people that just brought me to science and
Mm.
had me looking at stuff different. I'm one of those people that go over and be around everybody that speak against the Africans and stuff. I don't personally got a problem with Africans. It's some of the stuff that they say. And yeah, I'm still caught up in the whole, landmass title stuff. But I know that the planet is our home, and at the end of the day, I'm connected to what's prokaryotic on the earth, like myself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all help me see that. So I
Well,
don't want to, you know, s- a lot of people don't understand what y'all saying, but I get it. Like it's
Mm.
big. Y'all the only people talking about this. You and it's another guy, Ether. What's his name?
mm-hmm.
I think his name is Ether. It's another one I be listening to. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I feel you. Gratitude for
like
that.
y'all help me so much. I be getting books and stuff now. It's the Genetics for Dummies and a couple of other books I didn't get. Messing with y'all. Now I'm about to go get the stem cell one and read it. I got it off of Instagram off of Ether's page. And then
Mm.
I just listen to y'all on YouTube and stuff. Like y'all are to me young scientists. I be like, oh my God, like listen to them. Like y'all are amazing,
You about
And
to be on your
again,
scientist journey too. You sound like you finna tap in too because we're all like this. You know what I'm saying? That's what we saying. We
Mm.
taught them everything that they know. But my bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, y'all just I had to get up here because I just been like looking for y'all. Like where are they at? Like what is going on with them? They
Mm-hmm.
not on here, but I keep reading and knowing that y'all out there setting the tone because y'all the only people on TikTok in the world that's talking about this stuff. And then you know what I'm saying? And it's just like it makes sense to my brain. When I met you through an Indian, through CEO. And I just heard you Skywalk Watcher, and I was just like, what is she talking about? But I kept listening to you and kept listening to you, and it just started resonating, to my soul. Ain't had nothing to do with anything else. It just made sense that these people don't belong here. You know what I mean? And I never felt nothing with them anyway. And
Mm-hmm.
like I said, the thing with the African stuff, I'm getting tired of them calling us Slavs and saying we were sold and stuff. So I get, I take, I know we all on the defense, but I take that. I don't like that stuff. I don't want to cuss on your panel, but I don't like it when they get to calling, you know, get to throwing all that weight around. It's heavy because I already dealt, and I feel like we dealt with a lot on this planet in general. But to be called slaves and told that we were brought over here, I'm getting tired of that. So I come at them on that principle, not because of the sun. Like I always say, I'm naturally connected to all of whoever I'm connected to far as prokaryotic, I don't have no beef with them. I have beef with people that's not natural to the earth. That's it. That's the only beef I got with anything that's not natural and whoever messing with the babies, the mothers, you know what I mean? And messing with our men, mess with our planet, just our planet in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So
feel
I
you.
appreciate y'all so much. I don't want to get to rambling. I just always come in tapping the screen and never get to say, I really, really, really appreciate y'all because y'all the only ones on TikTok um helping people look at it from a scientific perspective, like from biology, from science, because nobody's talking about this. They talking
Mm-hmm.
about titles, race, religion, everything else but the science of our planet. No one's talking about that. So I love teaching my own two-star seeds. I teach them about what y'all talking about. You know what I mean? I don't have time. I really want them to understand the science of their genetic makeup. And y'all helping me discover more words and help my brain cell because I wasn't into a lot of these words or understanding what anything was a cell or organism, atom. I ain't gonna lie, I was like way away from science.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for bringing it back to me. I don't feel like I was a dingbat, but it's better to know what these words are. You get what I mean? What it is, what I'm bringing in from y'all, like the information that I'm getting, as far as science, because I didn't know what I was.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? Down to the organism. What was eukaryotic or prokaryotic? I didn't know none of that. I'm like, what is that? So I appreciate you guys for doing that because I didn't know anything about that. And I'm
Definitely,
45 years
man.
old.
Yeah, and I'm grateful to hear that you're teaching the children this, and when you start that book, let me know when you start it so we can start it together because I need to tap into that one, um, we can tap in together. But I understand what you're saying about the narrative behind the Africans aren't us. I've heard personally some really nasty things like said to me by the elders in our community. Saying that directly to me, like in my personal life, it can be really hurtful. Just if we're just being, honest. But the thing is that we're saying that we're not connected to them. I'm glad that you understand science because our brothers and sisters that are spewing that narrative don't. They are unable to tell us the difference in or if there's a difference in embryology or not. They're not able to articulate this. So it's like that's what we want them to focus on. These are your feelings. These are how you feel. These are not facts. We should be teaching our children the facts, not passing down how you feel because that's trauma. That's not fair, right? So I understand. They say I've been told I'm not a real African. I'm not a real African woman, or I'm too far away from the ancestor. But it's 48 different shades that the so-called black woman can create. So it's not about whatever. We got to start knowing the science so when they say things, we can intellectually shut it down. That's the thing. We got to shut it down with light instead of getting on that level because that's keeping us here.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, it's got to be
What's the
more of a.
genetics? Oh,
Mhm.
my bad. What's the genetics of the like the Somalis and them? Because,
They
like, from my understanding, what I be listening to with you guys, that like everybody over there is not natural. I know the Elon Musk's and them are not. Like, are Somalis, are the Ethiopians in them? Because they be eating,
okay.
raw animals and stuff. So I'm like,
it
I know
depends on
that
their
some people
origin.
are sun catchers and the other ones not.
Yeah, because it depends on genetics and the origin. Remember, prokaryotic and eukaryotic. There's a lot of Somalians, Ethiopians. There's people here in America, all over the globe. It's biracial people that are claiming to be something that they're not because the title keeps you from locking in with the truth. So there are Somalians and Ethiopians that you can look at them and tell that they have Arab DNA. They don't come from the same origins as, but we're heavily mixed in with them, especially in places like India. Um, uh,
The whole entire North Africa
yeah.
is infiltrated. The whole top half is infiltrated, where Arabs, the bottom half, is infiltrated by eukaryotic white people
Mm-hmm.
and Asians that go into Central and stuff like that, and take our children to traffic. So, like, I understand too. Like, you see what I'm saying? It looks like you're creating new neural pathways to learn who you are because you're not staying on that frequency of, oh, these people ain't us, or I just didn't come. Because if you learn science, it dismantles the fact that, oh, if I came on a boat or not. It dismantles that. So if the people that are saying this, you just got to tell them that I am if you already know I'm a prokaryotic cell, I am beyond all of the history that's been taught to us. I am beyond that. You see what I'm saying? So what really connects me and you, my brother from Africa, or my brother or my sister from Africa, what really connects me and you is our neuromelanin. So why are we focusing on who was where first and what type of languages you speak there, or language? We shouldn't be worried about that. You see what I'm saying? Because we should be worrying about the fact that our children are missing worldwide, 8 million worldwide. and they all are 70% of them are neuromelanated children from every single continent
For the same
for
reason.
the same reason. So once you hear people arguing about, oh, the Africans are saying, oh, come back home, and then you hear the Native Americans saying, nah, we here, we're the Native Americans. That type, all of that, both of the sides gotta go. It's not one side. Oh, I gotta pick one side because I feel closer to this side when there's this type of conversation. To shut the whole conversation down, we gotta bring science.
Facts.
That's it. We don't need to be talking about that.
We don't
That
need to even
doesn't that
use
doesn't
it.
help our children, because if we really say we care about our children, how can we be talking about, oh, Christopher Columbus wasn't here first? We don't care. These people are 6,000 years old. Our genetics, protons, masculine, the energy. You are the first building block of matter.
The physical realm.
The physical realm. Matter deals with the physical realm. Invisible matter is electrons. The wave particle duality that we see in quantum entanglement with electrons. They can disappear and come back. You don't even know where they're going. So there's different places than just the universe is what they're showing you. And the electron can travel through different universes, through different dimensions. So why would that organism be worried about if somebody was here first or not, or if somebody else is me or not, when our genetics is the same?
Yeah,
You
can
see
you
what I'm saying?
express your frequency a little bit more, Sevens? You said the
Yeah.
truth is bigger than what you are, is greater than labels. That's what we're saying. What are you? Can you expound on that? Are you
Hello?
agreeing or?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
How's it
Seventh.
going?
How's it going? We just wanted you to elaborate a little bit
Can you hear
more.
me?
Yeah. Are you playing
Okay.
or? Go ahead.
So, what's up?
Yeah, I'm asking your comment. It says the truth is bigger than what you are, is greater than labels. Where, like, can you expand on like what you mean by that?
Right. What you said cuz you said that we hold on, I could barely hear you. Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Right.
Go
What you
ahead,
had
brother.
said. I was just responding to what you had said before that. Cuz
So did you want to come up and share anything, my brother? Did you
I
want to shed some light?
I asked him to come up here because I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. He said the truth is bigger than what you are, is greater
right,
than.
cuz
Oh,
you
he's
said
agreeing.
you mentioned the Native Americans and the Africans, and those are labels that they try to associate. But the science, it like you saying, you talking about science, and
Facts.
that's what I've been researching and trying to get into and understand, because that's where I'm seeing the connection
Yeah.
boiling down to, you know.
Nah. Yeah. You speaking facts. Like
Yeah.
the science which is explaining the function of a certain liquid, physical liquid object, like, you see what I'm saying, or solids or gases, is explaining that the functions of solids, gases, and liquids. So once we understand that science is what bonds us together, nothing else should be discussed.
Yeah, because
No
labels.
other titles,
Yeah,
because these
not to cut
titles.
you off, but
Yeah,
labels
go
is a
ahead, brother.
trap though. That's
Yeah.
all I'm trying to get at. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's I'm agreeing with you, brother. The labels is a trap. It's a mental, psychological entrapment or imprisonment, because it's tying you to whatever they said the Native American did, or it's tying you to whatever they said the African did. You see what I'm saying? Whole time you're a multi-dimensional being. You see what I'm saying? So we should be focusing on how am I genetically and biologically connected to the planet, and how I evolve with the planet, and how I evolve with the universe. That's what our daily
Yes.
thoughts
Yes.
should be
Yes.
consisting of. Do not think about nothing that this system does, because extremely low frequencies means that you're producing heavy metals in the brain, which means that now that you produce all those heavy metals, you start to have dark, low thoughts, because you're connected to those dark, low, extremely low frequencies. And now you start to have biological and physiological issues.
Yeah. So your thoughts are important.
Yep.
The thoughts that you think towards another brother or sister, they can feel that, whether they're aware of it or not. That's why he's saying, I don't know. Her vibe was off. Vibe is short for vibration.
Mm-hmm.
What you're really feeling is their energy. The words, anybody can lie. I'm gonna give you an example. You ever been out in public and white anybody of the opposite species look at you, but they might say, "Hi, how are you?" Like, you know damn well the thoughts that you had in your head didn't align with that "Hi, how are you?"
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So the energy is what is most important because that's what's felt first. And as women especially, we feel before we think. The quite literally the reason why we are thinking those thoughts is because of what we felt. We're sentient. You see what I'm saying? We need to be tapped in with our vessel, but understanding it that it's a tool to help us decode the what's in front of us.
Yep.
Right, so we were able to hear, smell, sense up to 5 miles. I beyond that, but
Mm-hmm.
I know. I mean, I can prove 5 miles and around what time and stuff like that. But like the time period of that. But we were able to sense up to then. You know, up to that distance. Um, so we're
Yep.
not vibrating the way we're supposed to, and having thoughts towards each other like that is only keeping us bound, because you
And
actually need him to help you expand the universe because you're him.
mm-hmm.
So it's just self-hatred essentially. And it's terrible when people can't even explain it. Like, we ask you, like, okay, what's your problem with them? Oh, they owe us reparations. How could he owe you his money? His face is on the fucking money and you asking him for reparations. It was in a live the past 2 days. The title of their live was should African nations repay African American? Like, what should Africans pay African Americans? Do we see how that can come off a little bit suspicious, considering that both, like, the word African is in both of those?
Whole time, the eukaryotic genetic stranger is having our children by the boatload,
Man,
in the evergreen boatload. You see what I'm saying? And just one of our neurons can send just one of your neurons, and you have billions of neurons in your brain, can send a message 11 million miles out. So imagine all your neurons put together. How far can you communicate with somebody from a different
exactly.
planet?
Exactly. And our genetics is BLK women is the only genetics that is connected to an entirely different species outside of this planet.
Yep.
So I'm just, somebody
I
wanted to
don't
say
want no
something.
reparations. I really don't want reparations. I want people off the planet. I mean, off of our land.
That's
I'm
the
over all
that
of it. You know,
that's
I
the
just want
biggest
the land.
facts.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
that's the biggest that's the greatest reparation. That's how you repair the damage, is getting out. You know what I'm saying? That's how you actually repair that. But we need to be going in those spaces, y'all, and we need to be standing on business. So, and we need
Yeah.
to be pulling our brothers and sisters out that vibration. So when you see our people, whether it's coming across your TL or you
Mm-hmm.
see it in a live or something like that, then you're gonna have to start shutting that stuff down intellectually. So once we start getting the books procured, because somebody else said that they had grabbed the books the last time we were live too, we got to start using that to combat that low shit, that low frequency kind of, way of thinking. Like, they might say hurtful things. How does that stop them from, not being us? Our moms, our parents
Yep.
fucked us off. We're healing from childhood trauma, but that's still your mama though, right? So we can't just be saying they not us, man, because they talking about us. That's you. We're not children, bro. That's that developmentally arrested type
No,
of,
I agree.
thoughts that we're not.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta come up out of that. Like,
Exactly.
I agree. We
We're
live
taught
on
to
this
hate to.
planet.
Oh, okay. Go
I
ahead.
know.
Go ahead, mother. My fault. I'm
No,
sorry.
I agree. We all live on this planet together, but we got to respect each other. I'm on that.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care where you come from, long as you got respect. But it's no respect coming from certain ends, and I guess, and I know for a fact that is um the unnatural species over here got us dividing so they can conquer us. But
Mm-hmm.
I do know the fact that worldwide they want the copper color race. They want the sun catchers. They want the sun beings, the solar beings. They're not interested, in nothing but us. you know? So at the end of
Mm-hmm.
the day, I want brown people globally to rise, you know, and sit on our planet and live and keep on existing in power like we was already doing before any of these species, you know, were created. So I'm willing to learn like what we got to do. I stand on business every day on lives just talking about science, bringing up the
Mm-hmm.
stuff I learned throughout my day, you know. And people be
Mm.
like, "Where did you get that from?" You know, and I tell them, "Go to get the books off of Amazon. Stop buying junk. Go buy Genetics for
Mm.
Dummies off of Amazon or something.
And if you on
Get
the right
certain books."
server, you might be
My
if you
bad.
on the right server, the right VPN, you can get it for free. That's why I've been reading so many books now.
For
Mm-hmm.
Because I
real?
don't want to be on the phone. I rather have them, physically. So we do have a long list of books that's going to be coming in the mail. But
Mm-hmm.
essentially, you and it can be tedious. You might be sitting there for 4 hours, but how I do it, I'm just gonna give you a quick rundown of how I do it. First of all, I have a Pinterest, and I have a books tab that I've been building for a while, and those books that tend to pop up as like ads or like they have popular names are the ones that you can get for free. So another one, and two of them that I'm gonna post is by this neuropsychiatrist. I can't remember her name. She's eukaryotic, but she's written The Male Brain and the Female Brain. Those books are free. 400 pages. It dives deep into the brain. It helps you understand, the masculine, our children, their development and stuff like that, because it tells you how our brains develop from ages zero, like from utero, all the way up to age 85. So that's kind of like how I'm able to find them. Books that are popular, like Becoming Supernatural, is free. Very great book that dives into manifestation and how it works in unison with the brain. Like it's not just, oh, you got to fixate your thoughts. There's a scientific explanation behind it, brain scans, experiments, stuff like that you can read on to actually help. Um, VPNs help. Canadian VPN, Brazil VPN. What else? I've used Austria's VPN for books. Like I have a book that really dives deep into the placenta and and they explain how the placenta is like a forgotten chakra. It's deep. You wouldn't be able to find some of it here in America. You do have to switch your VPN, download it, and then it's in your iBooks. Um, I'll I'll have to start, telling y'all that more because that's something I just found out about in the last like 3 months, 2 to 3 months. But
Mm-hmm. Any
yeah,
book that you desire, if you don't have the finances right now to get it, you would just look up the book and say PDF.
PDF. Yep.
See what I'm saying? And all these different VPN services, servers, you just click through them and just write the book in PDF, and you will find it and you can read it. You have to seek knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because what you seek is what you become. You see what I'm saying? What you become, that's the vibration you're gonna emit out. You see what I'm saying? You become knowledge, you emit wisdom. You see what I'm saying? And that's how, that's the regular flow of energy that needs to be happening. An input of knowledge and an output of wisdom. You see what I'm saying? And what should we be feeding our children? An input of knowledge so they can pass what to the next generation? Wisdom.
Yeah. Thanks.
You see what I'm saying? We need to be wise again.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We need to know how to create and sustain and preserve again.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So there's bigger things to talk about than the topics that we are arguing about right now. That's all we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Because while we're trying to find out the truth with their history, you can only find out only a piece of the truth. And then they'll tell you to go somewhere else in history to find something else in the truth. But it's like once you study genetics, that's past, present, and future. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to go anywhere to learn about the past, present, and future, but learning about atoms,
You can
about
learn about.
biology, about your tissues, about your organ systems, about your organism. That's the only thing you need to do. So the people that are on this live, we told y'all. You see what I'm saying? So moving forward, you need to be disciplined and have willpower to learn yourself, because learning yourself is not just for you. It's for the children and the other people in your species to evolve and develop in their mental, in their frequency. We need each other. We're magnets to each other. Do you see the way protons and electrons fuse together to make an atom, then to make molecules?
And that's who you are on a quantum level to make who
Yeah.
you are as an organism. You know, I was telling somebody about prokaryotes and eukaryotes and the difference between origins. And they was like, "Oh, we're not talking about all life. We just talking about humans." I'm like, how do you get to the point? Like, how do you get to this point if you haven't studied life? Are humans alive? I I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, so you're using history to explain biology? So you want to talk about life and you want to use historical documents for that, but bio means life. You don't want to go to biology for that.
Yep.
That's where our people are stuck at. His narrative, his reparations, his money, his system. Like, man,
His
that's
clock,
not.
his calendar,
Yeah, they
his
talking
sugar.
about some.
A bunch of distractions, you know, a bunch of
Yeah.
Mm.
distractions.
Yep.
Life is a distraction. So
Mm-mm.
I'm about to get down here,
This
but I just
world.
wanted to
Okay.
tell y'all
Mm.
how grateful I am for you guys. I am gonna like I've been doing, just looking into things, stuff that I don't know, I go research it and learn about it. And yeah, I want to be that beacon of light to help our people be electromagnetic beings and coming together and removing these unnatural species off of our land, off of our planet, you
Mm.
know. So whatever I can do to help our my star seeds move forward later on in life, when I'm long gone and they can pass it down and we can just keep that going, I'm for that. I'm for the betterment of our species. I don't care about these unnatural ones. I don't care none about that. I care about the science of the feminine and masculine divine of this earth.
Mm-hmm. Claim
So
your
thank you,
power.
Sky, and thank you, her husband.
No problem.
Well, her
Abundance.
other half. Abundance to
Yes.
y'all.
Denzel. Nice to meet you. Abundance,
Nice
brother.
meeting you too. See you later, Sky. And thanks for having me up, guys.
Abundance. See you
Mm-hmm.
soon.
Abundance.
We have souls. A soul is magnetism. Go ahead, Sevens. Did you want to say something?
Yes, I appreciate y'all. That's I just that's why I follow you because everything you say I resonate with. I'm learning too. I'm trying to remember myself, and like I said, when I hear you break down everything, I just know off rip y'all onto something. So that's where I'm coming from. This. So with
Abundance.
that, honors, gratitude, and I'm gonna step down myself.
Gratitude, my brother. Abundance.
Mm.
The next one. Crazy ass name. No, not in a bad way. But we have souls. The soul is as magnetism. Facts. The soul is magnetism. The solar plexus, because that word don't really have a U in it. That soul is solar. The sun is a magnet. You see what I'm saying? This is what we're talking about. Fusion. Atoms fusing together to form that the sun. Fusion. And we see fission taking place on the sun, but we also see binary fusion and fission take place within our cells, right? When cells split, they're splitting through fission, right? Solar flares, that split is through fission, right? So that magnetism that draws us closer to each other is the literal sun. It's neuromelanin, right? So when you're not vibrating at the speed, it is harder for you to manifest the reality that's needed because the magnetism is not matching the electricity, the energy that you carry. That I'm telling y'all, that's the formula to manifestation. Remember how I was telling y'all, like, it was like 2 years ago. Is it 2 years ago? At this point, I think it has been.
It
2
has been
years.
for sure.
And when I first started going live, I locked in with the community about manifestation, about changing your reality, which is just exerting new thoughts. I have a video on here about neuroplasticity, new neural pathways, new brain circuitry. Being able to formulate what you want is just about you exerting the same amount of robust energy toward matching that frequency of whatever it is that you want. So you have to already know that you have it and feel and harness all those emotions of you having it. That's how you see it. Because you have a dream of you driving your dream car. We're not supposed to be in cars, but it's just an example. that right there, the feelings, the emotions that you feel like, yeah, like I'm in my dream car, that's what you have to embody every day until you see it manifest. The amount of energy you exert behind that is dependent upon how soon you see it.
And your body has no other option but to follow it. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And just like she was saying, binary fission and nuclear fission and fusion and binary fission and fusion, they let off the same. How is it that they let off the same radiation and heat inside of the nuclear fission that happens in the sun, but the same radiation, the heat and the radiation that comes out of binary fission is the same thing as comes out of the sun. So we can't deny or can't follow when people say, "Oh, this is pseudoscience." You can't fall into that because science is right happening right now. So you see what I'm saying? We should continue to manifest a way out of this system because what you desire and what you imagine and picture in your mind, that becomes your manifestation. That becomes what you believe in, and your body's gonna follow.
We gotta raise the frequency on the planet, because these YT people, they think they're connected to the planet, and
Yeah.
they be outside trying to ground and stuff too, and we gotta really start, fighting back with that. And I don't mean physically, I mean spiritually. Like we saying that, oh, they wearing box braids, da, 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 but we not really standing on business or stepping. These YT people, they're talking about the sun. They talking about radiation. They talking about what's happening in the skies. We talking about racism. Uh, what is it? Smash versus pass. If BLK women have value in 2025, like
Yeah.
we talking about low frequency stuff like that, and then wonder why. You know what I'm saying? We're not the same. Like they're with that six ether consciousness that they have. They're formulating their multicellular genomics to talk about the sun. The number one thing that's getting them out of here most, they talking about the sun, and we talking about indoctrination. We can't be the same species. We can't be the same. We're not phenotypically presenting ourselves to be the same behavior. We're not showing or displaying the same behavior.
Yep.
One of them is doing what their genetics is telling them to do because of a certain reason, and the other one is doing something that's not within their genetics to do because their environment has been influenced. The cellular environment has been influenced.
And once you learn about the eukaryotic cells themselves, then you will learn about the hybrids that have been made with us and them. You will learn who's natural or not. We wouldn't ask questions about is this mix? Is this a mix? Is this person mixed, or is this person like just because like I heard the mother of life, she was saying Ethiopia and Somalia, like a bunch of Arabs were raping a lot of women in Africa. A bunch of eukaryotic white men were raping mothers of life here in America. So those children afterwards are obviously gonna be genetically different. And these are the people like Barack Obama that they put in power to show you that they look black, they look so-called black, but whole time they think like the eukaryotic cell because they have different DNA from multiple organisms, and we're allowing these people to influence our children's mind and hearts, which is how you create your reality. The heart coherence and brain coherence create a bodily coherence, and this bodily coherence matches and synchronizes with your soul or your etheric body to manifest anything you want at the speed of light. So the reason why you're thinking about something and it's not manifesting right away is because your neuromelanin is slow. And when we start to eat not according to our genetics, it actually deconstructs and rusts our tissues or oxidizes our tissues. You see what I'm saying? So our organs are not trying to process food all day. They're trying to process particles so they can better evolve the body to absorb more sun or to get more intelligence to be the universe like
To be
expander.
more sound and
Yeah,
to help the universe expand.
that's what
We're
I'm trying.
taking
Yeah.
in facts. We taking in particles, but then you also gotta digest food on top of that. And the food is what's slowing down your entire body. So light can't pass through clogged arteries. You can't do that. You
Ischemia.
can't do that. Yeah, like it's not. It will at a very slow pace. That's what I'm. That's the point that I'm making. Like it can happen. Information is being sent throughout the body, but at very slow speeds. We're supposed to be moving at the speed of light. Information is light. That's
Yep.
what happens when information comes into the brain. Light sparks just like that, right? So you have to keep exerting the right type of energy to see the that materialize in your reality.
And the
You have.
woman's
Can
magnetic.
I just say one more thing? Go ahead. I don't want you to lose your thought. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the woman's magnetic mind processes information faster than the speed of light because she gives birth to light. So she is beyond light and she moves faster than light to process information. You see what I'm saying? She uses light to communicate with other electrons to continually accumulate data. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's facts too. And we can see that because of how much our brains as women processes information, is constantly processing information. Certain portions of our brain, the language centers of our brain, are a lot more active than they are in the male brain. Processing information is the same thing as what we call downloads. Getting a download about something, like if you're now my body receives thoughts a lot more clearly. They flow at a more constant speed. And one thing that I've noticed, the more that I eat according to my genetic makeup, you do become a lot more sensitive. Being able to feel and sense and things around you makes your body a lot more sensitive to light or to information. That's why you can't touch everybody, can't hug, can't shake hands with everybody, because that's memory. And especially as women, we hold on to that stuff more because we're natural absorbers. So we shouldn't be working for these people, coming in contact, eating meat, uh, sugar, not even breathing in the same particles. Like when they're letting out particles and you're sitting next to them, we shouldn't even be breathing that shit in. That's a problem. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not the same species, and we don't stem from the same origin. So it's like these venereal diseases that we were talking about earlier when somebody had asked us about them, they all come from the animals that they share genetics with. So when we're saying like that they pass to us, they are that. It's not about them necessarily. I understand her question, but just to drive it home more, they are a walking parasite, like literally, and study parasites and how they affect the blood, how they affect your organs. Because like I said, a lot of people just think it's just parasites in the gut. No, you got parasites in your mouth. Before it gets the
Your
food
whole
gets to
body
the
is
gut.
tainted.
Yeah, before it gets to the gut, you gotta chew it. You gotta breathe it in. Um, you know,
It goes
uh,
to your brain.
your brain.
It
So
goes to your
there's
reproductive
yeah.
organs.
Somebody said they're having babies with him. Worst thing, genetic treason, right there. Should not even be. Hemolytic disease is being invoked when you lay down with the opposite species. You're literally thinning your blood out. And that's the reason when we see a lot of our brothers and our mothers of life that procreate with these people, they lose rhythm. They become like, I think some people become pale. I've watched like my family members become like literal, like it's like they lose like luster or something, like they lose the glow.
They're losing moisture.
They're losing moisture because they're, like I said, blood is being thin, which means nutrients are being taken out.
And without no moisture, then which is the water that makes up our body, then there's no way that electromagnetism can conduct itself efficiently. You see what I'm saying? So that's what y'all doing, and you don't see any organisms in nature that procreate within their own species having to go to the doctor for medical issues or reasoning. You see what I'm saying? You don't see none of these animals have diseases. You see that bees procreating with bees, ants procreating with the same specific ants. You see lions procreating with the same lionesses. You see them all procreating with each other and they're having no diseases because there's no mixed animal cell coming into play while DNA is transferring from woman to man. You see what I'm saying? But when a white person procreates with another white person, two different biological structures are within them, because one of them has chimpanzee 90% and then 60% chicken. The other person has 80% chimpanzee and probably 10 or 20% chicken. So when they procreate an organism that is not even a genetic match to themselves. You see what I'm saying? This is unnatural, and the number one rule in science is that which is natural will never change unless something unnatural took place with it.
Thanks.
So my heart will keep beating the same way through my genetic line, through eons and eons out. You see what I'm saying? My brain is gonna work the same way. Our brain has been working the same way since I was a proton, since all this so-called time that we try to put together, the Gregorian calendar. Our brains have been working the same way. They can call my brain a tissue or a water bottle, but the function of it has been operating the same way for eons. You will not see disruptions or cancer or mutations.
Yeah, so I just put up what he was talking about incomplete dominance. I was just showing you the difference between codominance and incomplete dominance. And these people are not 100% of anything. So a lot of the times in these families, you'll see one, like, two of the children will only look like one of the parents. Or you'll have a red-haired mother, black-haired father, and the child has blonde hair. And they're saying that they pulled from a recessive gene from their grandmother or grandfather, but all their genes are recessive, so that couldn't be the case. And that's why it pays to really understand the way genetics is passed down from mother to offspring, because genetics is matrilineal. It's never been because of the father. The father is just sparking the ovum, which has always been present with the mother. We see that through the mother effect, right? You are your mother's child because the X chromosome rules throughout your entire biology, all the way up through your anatomy.
Yep, you're wearing your mother's skin.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Okay. I can try it.
Let's see.
This next one isn't really fit to this. Yeah, hell no. Never mind. But the point that we're making here, the main distinction that we're trying to convey here is that there's a heap of unnatural organisms that shouldn't be here, and we're moving like them and not moving like we're supposed to. So we shouldn't even be talking about reparations. We shouldn't even be talking about racism. We shouldn't be conversing with these people or trying to live amongst them, because we've lived amongst them and it has not been harmonious. So just because, again, it's happening doesn't mean it's supposed to.
Yep, and we have became docile, complacent, and comfortable in a system that is artificially built to slow down our energy. You see what I'm saying? And was built off the G side of our people. So why are we holding this up? Why are we participating? We don't need a march. We don't need to go fight these people. We don't need to burn down nothing. We just need to be ourselves to each other, to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Stop seeing truth as lies and lies as truth. Stop.
We need brain coherence first in the individual, and then we can start coming together. Really.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like, oh, you just... No, seriously. If you cannot be cohesive within yourself and form cohesive thoughts to the point to where you act upon those, you can't do it with anybody else. We gotta understand alignments, not just meeting up with people and shit. That's not gonna really get us anywhere. Stars move, everything in nature is moving off
with a purpose.
With a purpose, and that's the alignment. So I hope we're making meaningful connections.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Long lasting bonds, because that's what it's about. It's not you gotta work on you first. Working on yourself is how you become more authentic. And the more authenticity that you embody, the right people come to you because of they say, okay, that matches with what I'm on. But if you just putting that on display like, oh, this is who I want to be, that shit gonna flop in the first 10 minutes. because everybody trying to be, or I'm gonna act like I know myself, or I know about genetics, so I'm art. No, do you embody your truth, or do you just talk about it? Do you embody this on and off the phone? Because it's like, every time we come back, we're like, oh, I missed you. But we didn't, where are the lives or the videos or our people talking about this with our other people while we not here?
Exactly.
We didn't read 8 books, but our people still in the same frequency from when we last was on here.
Mm.
So we got to make sure the meaningful connections is what's important.
Yep.
Working on yourself, that's a meaningful connection. Being more connected with your womb, being more connected with your brain, being more connected, having more unifying thoughts. That's the answer. Like, we sitting here giving energy to destruction, Thomas, man, it ain't gonna never change because you said it wasn't. So you're never gonna see change manifest in your reality, and you was around 10 other people when you said it.
150 trillion of your cells heard it, and
now
it's now moving off of that vibration and frequency through cymatics. Vibration and sound shape your internal structure of your cells
Yeah.
for what emotion they're gonna let off. It doesn't change the genetic structure, but it changes the emotional structure, like how you're gonna behave in an environment. So if you're constantly eating negative foods, such like consuming sugar, consuming visual pollution, sound pollution, then your brain will be hindered from growing. Your pineal gland will produce inadequate amounts of different pituitary neurological I was gonna say neurotransmitters. You see what I'm saying? Different neurotransmitters that is then produced by your endocrine glands to have that emotion. So we need to be in control of our thoughts first. That's what starts everything else.
Yeah.
For you to go to that bathroom, it was a thought first. For you to stand up and go do your day, it was a thought first. For you to work out, it was a thought first. You see what I'm saying? And they even did a medical study in the book that she's talking about that 30%, I mean, not 30%, they did a study with a group of people, right? And they said half of these people are going to work out and the other half are going to think about working out. The people that worked out, they had muscle growth for muscle growth of 22%. The people who thought about working out and didn't lift a single muscle, no, I had that backwards. The people who worked out had 30%, yes. The people who thought about working out got 22% of muscle growth. So they were only 8% behind of the people who actually lifted the weights. You see what I'm saying? So your mind is powerful to do amazing things, not to just move and alchemize your body, but to do that with outer alchemy. And you will only able to do that externally once you have mastered 100% of your bodies, because your chakra centers are basically centers for you to metaphysically start the production of different metals and different minerals that other organisms and life need to sustain life. You're literally feeding life. So you need to be at your game. You see what I'm saying? You need to know who you is, because life is literally depending on you. You are the lifeline of all animals, of all life, of all plants, of all microorganisms, of all. You are the lifeline of that. So if your heartbeat is beating irregularly, then all of life will start beating irregularly. This is why even 70% of wildlife has been disintegrated, has been dwindled down to 30%. This is why the planet was tilted 40.4 degrees to change how interstellar gases come into the planet. You see what I'm saying?
To change all of life's chronobiology.
Yep.
Chrono means it's synonymous with chronological order, right? So your natural circadian rhythm is studying that is studying chronobiology, patterns, the way birds fly, the things that animals do in nature. Our patterns, our anatomical, our biological patterns all fall under the category of chronobiology. So when we don't understand order, we don't understand the way things are supposed to move, that means that we've lost connection with everything around us. That means that this is the reason why bees, they're suffering. They suffer memory loss, with dementia. It's like 4 different diseases just from being around our phones.
Yep. They
You
can't
know,
find their
the
way
way
home.
home.
But without it, they can, because they're inside of their head, they have magnetite crystals that connect them to the magnetic fields to travel. It's the same thing in birds, the same thing in
Foxes.
reptiles, foxes. So it's like, how can we be proud that we built up this world for them when this goes against our genetics and nature? That means we were tricked.
Man,
That means we were psycho. This is a psyop.
yeah, they.
And that means that African, all of that is a psyop. It's to psychologically trick you. Stop falling for it. You see these people going live, just because there's a lot of people doesn't mean that truth is being spoken in there. That's 600 blind people. That's 300 blind people, and you're just adding the number in there. You see what I'm saying? These are people who see truth. These are people who see truth as lies and lies as truth. They're following their eukaryotic way or method to get answers. And that has not gotten them nowhere, because they still don't know how the electron is moving in and out of reality. They still don't know how atoms pop in and out of reality. They still don't know how natural life creates 432 hertz to create organisms and molecules. They still don't know. That's why they have to make a fake lab, with a controlled fake lab with synthetic calcium ionophores to create synthetic organisms. They can't use natural life to do that. They can only use us to power it up.
So the energy that they tapping into is as high as unnatural animal consciousness. So it's not
Wow.
like they don't have consciousness, but it's coming from an abnormal and unnatural source. When we talking about electricity and being electromagnetic beings, there's 2 different origins in which light can be created from. It's either through electroporation, like in a lab, used to fuse things together, or it comes from, like what we've already been saying, the biogenetic signature that's needed to create life. So it's 2 different origins of everything, and this is the reason why we don't move and do things the same way that they do, and we shouldn't be trying to subscribe to a system that's like that. But does anybody have anything else that they wanted to say or come up and add or anything? I'm getting ready to. I think the Most High had Kurt. There's no Most High.
Yep.
There's no that. What I'm talking about is like the ideology, like that religious stuff. It's not religion. Is you can trace every religion back to a white, an Arab, or an Asian man.
And Messiah, the Lord, all of that means lizard king, Pindar, Moloch, the dragon king, the child sacrifice God. You see what I'm saying? The creator of white people, Asian people, Arabs, and everybody outside of us. That's who you're saying the Most High is. When you say, "Oh, my Lord," or my Most High," you're talking about that extraterrestrial right there. You see what I'm saying? That's who you're talking about. So,
Accursed.
when you want to talk about somebody who's divine, they don't just exist in high places. You see what I'm saying? The solar protons travel from the so-called high places, and they travel down here, and they affect you. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that the divine creator isn't in a specific place. She is everywhere.
Ubiquitous.
She's ubiquitous.
Everywhere, all
Amorphous
Amorphous.
means she can take a shape of a cloud. She can take shape of a wood. She can take shape of any shape. She can shapeshift without losing her chemical structure, without losing her genetic structure, and she can change into any form that she wants.
That's why they say, "Oh, God is everywhere, ubiquitous."
Electrons are everywhere, and they're moving in and out of reality. You see what I'm saying? In and out of matter. You see what I'm saying? And they can't observe how she creates life.
And they're saying that the Most High is a man.
Yep, that's false as well.
That's the other thing. Like, it's no way that all these people can come from a man. It's no way you get a man from you get a woman from a man's rib. Why have we never seen that happen genetically? Why don't we see that still taking place today? It happened once and then it didn't happen no more. That doesn't make sense. You know, somebody said information is just mind blown. Really appreciate, yes, abundance and gratitude,
Abundance.
y'all.
Each one reach one,
Um,
man.
I just want to see more of my people go live about this.
Yep.
I want to see more of our people tap in with the science behind it, and we can start articulating it to each other.
There's some.
I want to see more of our people stand on business, and instead of standing for division.
Yeah.
We gotta get to the point to where we put our emotions to the side, and if you're gonna be in that emotion, then you need to be manifesting from it, because that's how you manifest your reality, is through your emotions. That energy and motion is what emotions are. So if you're gonna manifest more division, don't come in my life. Don't text me. Don't. I'm getting to. That's why I be having to take time off. I don't like coming to like TikTok or whatever platform it is and reading through 6 to 12 paragraphs about how you just want to be in your feelings. And the first thing I'm gonna ask you, what research have you done to back up any of this? And then y'all leave me on red. The message still says seen. Oh, I think it's this, or I think it's really the men, or the men this or that. Do you have any science to back that up? Have you studied this, or are you just vomiting? We gotta stop that. You coming to TikTok to vomit? That's not cool.
And it says here in the comments, says, so she created the people. She gives birth to light. You see what I'm saying? And light is solar radiation. This planet is enveloped in solar radiation. This biological species that you're saying is not connected to the planet, they can't absorb solar radiation. So how can they be birthed by somebody who creates solar radiation? See, you have to think, my brother. You have to think.
They have a different.
We just told you, and you've been hearing this live for a minute. We told you these people were created by Pindar, the child sacrifice god, and it's in petroglyphs, which means writing on stone, of them genetically splicing organisms down from microorganisms to larger animals and to humans that we have today for over 200,000 years. Everybody on this planet that is not so-called black, and the animals that are not prokaryotic, the plants that are not prokaryotic, the microorganisms that are not prokaryotic, they all got here through ectogenesis, somatic parthenogenesis, spontaneous generation. They were created in an artificial womb, and they had artificial uterus that gets powered up. You see what I'm saying? Through calcium ionophore to produce a child. This is how they do it. You see what I'm saying?
This is the start. This is
Of creating their
organism.
organisms.
Creating their organism, and then once you create the organism, then that's the reason why they are supposed to lie on their backs, or that's why they're giving birth the way that they are. They're completely different organisms. Our women have always given birth naturally in the Ankh position.
Yep.
That's the importance of the Ankh. That's the center of creation. That's the symbol of life.
Yep.
The womb. So I'm telling you,
The
if
ovaries.
you've never studied the words and the verbiage that we're saying in here, go look up what we're saying, because when you hear it, you're gonna get confused. You gotta actually see the denotation behind somatic parthenogenesis. You gotta see the complete and actually understand what it is in totality. When you hear it for the first time, that's not going to click if you haven't created a neural pathway for that. So you got to sit down with the information so it can make sense to you.
Yep. And you know that a lot of brothers and mothers of life have been passed through these lives, and they haven't came up to talk about this. You see what I'm saying? That's what I've been watching too. That a lot of people been joining, but they haven't came up to talk about this, because we're talking about something seriously that's taking across our entire planet. But people want to stay in low frequencies and fruitless conversations that they can just talk about again tomorrow. That's not gonna move them past tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? They just want to talk about the same thing again tomorrow. You see? And there's nothing we're saying the same thing, because we're gonna say the same thing, but it's the truth. Just like the sun is gonna shine every day, it's the truth. The universe is always gonna expand every day. That's the truth. So, what are you doing every day?
And
That's
what
that
kind of thoughts are you having?
exactly.
Like, that's the main thing. What kind of thoughts are you having? Because that's where you're at. That's the dimension that you're in. Like, these people that saying this, like, y'all are in another dimension. I hope y'all understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not in the same, living the same reality, so we're not in the same dimension.
Yep.
And the difference between me and you is frequency. So when we saying they not us, they doing this, they doing it because they're in that frequency.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're not you. They're just choosing a different. And y'all in the same frequency.
Yeah.
So how is it that y'all in the same frequency? Y'all look the same, but y'all not the same. Somebody lying, both of y'all. Like, and the thing is like I say, the children be listening to y'all. They be in the next room. They scroll. They on TikTok too.
Mm-hmm.
We post the lives on YouTube. It's teenagers. They listen to the live.
Yep.
There's a 16-year-old sister that tell me, my parents don't care. I be trying to get my parents in. They don't want to hear the truth. So we know that our people not really spreading the truth. We know that it's a lot of our people that's still stuck. Like, chicken is what's got y'all in a chokehold. Fried chicken, you telling me you're bigger. The fried chicken is what's got you in a chokehold like this. You can't leave chicken alone.
The chicken is your master now.
Yeah, money is your so-called god. That's what you give your energy to every day. A lot of religious people don't understand how money is your god.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't understand that. Well, I gotta make sure I put my 10% aside of what? So you mean to tell me an omnipotent God is worried about fake money created by a nigga that can't biosynthesize the sun? Y'all gotta be out y'all minds, man. I'm telling you, you gotta get back in it too. If you out of your mind thinking shit, like, you need to realign them thoughts. I'm telling you that religious talk is really, like, y'all gotta come out of that. For real, it doesn't get higher than the so-called black woman.
Yep.
If you stem for her, it doesn't get higher than that.
She's beyond
That's
religion.
where everything comes from. So still pushing religion is still pushing white man, Arab man, Asian man,
Patriarch.
patriarch.
Dogma.
Like I say, our children are going missing. What is the Most High doing about that?
Yep. But now when we say that we are the divine creators of all life, now we have a responsibility. You see what I'm saying? But when we just say, oh, we're blah, 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 or we're just part of the human race, we think that the white man across the street can take care of our children too. They can teach our children. We instead of thinking like that, which is hindering our growth, we should be learning and having knowledge.
But I just wanted to show y'all this picture because we're trying to still live in the same, like, live amongst these people. This happened 37 years ago. My parents are, in their late 40s? This happened 37 years ago. So we've been living together. Has it been harmonious? So we still trying to manifest this for our children. You want your children to be like this, or you just want it to be, and when it's not really like this, or we kind of know we the same, but let's put that aside and let's all know, because there's no way we can put aside genetics.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way we can do that. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to stuff like that, we're saying, oh, the Africans, they sold us out. Look at the mother and the brother in this picture. You can tell by the energy that they hold that there's something else that happened in the background here. We can't just say, oh, they sold us out. Are you taking your child to school? Did you take your child to school today? And are you going to take them to school tomorrow? Then you sold your own people out. Are you getting psychologically and medically evaluated by these? Then you sold your people out. Are you going to the store to get medicine, or are you going to the earth? Then you sold your people out. And not only are you selling your people out, but the planet, the plants, the microorganisms that it helped you expand to this point. So when we talk about taking accountability and response, I'm not talking about, oh, well, you hurt my feelings, so I'm talking about taking accountability for the last 200,000 years. the state that we're in right now collectively, because you can go no higher than me unless we both do it.
Before you look
Quantumly entangled together. My bad.
Before you look for any community outside of yourself, you need to unite the community of 150 trillion cells within your body and have fully mastered the magnetic force to migrate them throughout the entire body how it needs to. You see what us talking about genetics, us coming up on live to talk about our genetic differences with another species, talking about how we're genetically connected to the universe and how our biology upgrades through cymatics. That's 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 creating a community right there. But as soon as you start going live, as soon as you start researching, that community expands. As soon as you, because we don't know all brothers and sisters on the planet. You may know some brothers and sisters that we don't know. So if you go live and you start talking about this as well, you're gonna spark up somebody else's light within them from your own spark light to talk about this as well, and we will all start talking about this, and then we will know how to calculate our movements.
Start making calculus decisions.
We can't make calculated movements when we have brothers and sisters still eating meat, when we have brothers and sisters still in politics, when we have brothers and sisters still wanting to be a part of these jobs, when they still want to hang out with these people, sleep with these people. How are we gonna move? Because just the fact that there's one so-called neuromelanated child going missing, or just one neuromelanated child being abused, none of us are ever gonna be great. None of us. That's why our people are now on the planet from different planets to watch how we move. Because if we can't move through this, they gonna have to step in, and they already stepping in. All those underground labs, the solar labs around the planet, they're being shut down. All the trafficking that's happening underground, they know that we can't get to it with the consciousness that we're in, so they're shutting that down. So our part is to learn knowledge. Stop asking questions when you should be asking yourself, why don't I know already? Why don't I know already?
Yeah. We think we're still the body. That's why we're saying most high.
Come on now.
We think, and I'm not trying to, pick at the brother or come at him, because this is really how a lot of our people think. We still connected to religion. We sitting here, we just gave, I don't know how long we've been live, 3-4 hours, hours, and we didn't went through the whole shebang, and we still caught on religion. So I wouldn't be able to commune with you, my brother, because our cells are not migrating towards this. We wouldn't end up in the same room because you're trying to keep the system going. With religion, we can't meet up with people that still, don't you know, it's our brothers and sisters right now that took the spill of people saying that how we should resort back to nature, but they in nature cooking pieces on rocks. They getting frozen burgers and shit in nature. We can't meet up with everybody and form a community with everybody when we not moving in the same energy. That's gonna flop. They in nature still at their grocery stores. They in nature's not even studying no plants around them or nothing. Playing music that's distorting the piece of all the animals, the microorganisms that are there. So we can't just, the community, like he said, really got to start with you. You got to be moving in authenticity, like for real, because if you moving in that religious, like that's going away. So I don't know how long you're going to be able to last with that, because pretty soon it's going to be it's not gonna be cool to talk about that shit.
And the thing is,
talking about religion, everybody's gonna be talking about sun and the genetics
and our children.
That's it. Everybody is about to be talking about that, and it's happening now. Having a discussion about racism is an indirect discussion about genetics. You just haven't explored it.
Yep, it's like you're going up to a point and then stopping. And then the brother said, "I've been out of religion since 2013, but you're relying." Which is what religion means, rely on. You're relying on somebody named the Most High. And I'm pretty sure that person that you're relying named the Most High, you're not envisioning that in your mind as a so-called black woman. So you're still relying on a man, and getting on your knees for a man to change your life. That's why you haven't learned yourself scientifically to change your own life, to have your own chemical reactions, to make your own chemicals within your body. There's things that there's elements that you can create that no one has ever seen before on this planet that can help us. You have a different part of the puzzle than us. So you not being on your purpose and say, "Oh, I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna just because I want to do this." That's being selfish.
That's slowing
The body
down.
that you're in is a privilege. You see what I'm saying? The mother of life, the mother that she gave you that as a privilege. You're supposed to do as you're told genetically. And I'm just being for real, brother. You don't see no other animal in nature or organism in nature moving out of their genetics. So
No,
why we?
and the ones that you do are in captivity.
Yep, being drugged up like we are.
If when, baby, I'm not trying to say the wrong shit in here today. It's already got flagged. Thank you.
Of course.
But what he was saying, I've been out of religion. You gotta leave that dogma. I understand what you're saying. You gotta leave dogma. You can't be eating meat. You can't be wearing shades. You blocking the sun from coming in, taking in more light. That's what helps expand your consciousness. You see what I'm saying? I understand where our people be coming from. It's just we gotta lock in more. That's what we trying to get our people. Like, we see that y'all see the truth a little bit cool, but y'all staying stuck right there, and you're not going deeper and making more connections, and that's why we staying here.
We see how far y'all coming from, but we don't. Y'all yourself don't see how far you can go.
Man.
You think you learn one thing, you know the universe, but the universe is expanding every day. New knowledge is expanding every day. So you should be having new forms of wisdom that you're expressing out, but somehow you're acting the same.
Especially the woman. Especially the women. When I seen the brother talking about community, but the real community is formed by the women.
Yep.
How do we know that? How do our brains naturally function?
Yep.
I want y'all to really read. I'm gonna post those books later. I'm not gonna say it and then not do it. Today I'm serious. I'm gonna really do that today because that's already on the agenda. The next 2 or 3 days we don't really have much to do.
Yeah.
Now we just gotta put our information out that we had. So I'm about to wrap it up. And this live is gonna take me a while to download it, put it on YouTube, but it is gonna be on there. Thank you guys for sharing the live, for pulling up. It wasn't a big turnout, but I've noticed with my account now, because they have, like, TikTok has some of my videos where on my end it says ineligible for recommendation, and they still going up. Like, I still get notifications every day from stuff I did last year because they're trying to suppress it. So that's what's going on in this live. We're used to having way more of our brothers and sisters or way more people in here, but I've noticed, like, it's like with us, because of the facial recognition and, oh, you gotta do this and do this to keep your account, like, they suppress our lives now. So, I'm gonna definitely try and make sure it gets put on YouTube for the ones that missed it. Books, also solar radiation, that's coming up too. That's gonna be posted probably tomorrow too. We gotta start talking about what's happening in our skies, talking about the radiation, how it powers us up and how it's deteriorating them. That's we really gotta unpack that. I have a lot of videos to post that I've been collecting over the months and haven't posted. Bees the size of my fist. Like, what? Why are bees half the size of my fist? Everything, those particles, that radiation is expanding everything on a quantum level. You're going to start seeing way more things you haven't seen before. That lynx, was it a lynx that was found, or was it, am I getting my words confused? That cat that was spotted overseas. I can just sum it up like that. Everybody was talking about that. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. Yep. We're going to start seeing more of that frogman.
In Mexico.
That was going viral from Mexico. That shit is wild as hell. I'm like, what the hell?
Dolphins that are becoming more telepathic now. You even see mermaids that are showing themselves, orbs. different Sasquatch, Bigfoot, everything on the planet is revealing itself that's already been there that we have been blinded to.
And these are unnatural organisms. The splicing that we've been talking about, how they started with small insects, that's what you're gonna start seeing. They've been keeping it out of the media. That's why you can still see some sightings, but you're not really seeing it prominent. You about to start seeing it with your naked eye because they're coming to the surface, or whatever used to be their habitat is not their habitat no more, because now the planet is going back to its natural frequency. It was knocked off 40.4 degrees. We about to really see Earth come back into her natural resonance, and we're gonna
Alignment.
start seeing a lot. That's why I said take them shades off. Like take them shades off.
It's finna get
You know what I'm
real
saying?
solar on
Because
this planet.
yeah, and we've been seeing that amp up since 2015. That's when radiation began to become ground level, and that's when we begin to wake up. You know, when Rashad Jamal was talking about 2020, like we 5 years late. You know what I'm saying? That we really everything started to wake up for real 2015. It's 11 years ago almost. So we're a little late to our consciousness and where we should be. Like, you know, people asking like, what's next? Like, you're late 11 years almost in their time. And that shit's slow because we're in a slow down state. So we're really behind here. More children is going missing. More of us don't know thyself. And we sitting here talking about reparations.
Yep.
We got to come out of that.
And
Anything else?
the thing is, like she was saying earlier, if the woman doesn't wake up, then none of us is gonna wake up. You see what I'm saying? So just like the electron, if it's not able to make chemical changes in matter, that proton can't identify that element. You see what I'm saying? If she's not able to wake up and change the chemicals in our species to being in a healthy state again, then we brothers can't do nothing. So the brothers, what you can do right now, you have to wake her up. Don't say Most High Lord. We don't have time for that. We have what we do have time for, and we have perpetual, eternal time for, is to wake up our children and women with pure light, like the sun we are. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'll have for my brothers. That message I have for my brothers. We should be waking up our women. We should be learning this and this. That should be our motivation. Our women and children. We should not let anything in this world distract us. You see what I'm saying?
He's saying the women, but what he's saying is that he's holding the woman accountable by saying you have to wake up. Everything starts, like we said earlier, the mother teaches everything. Everybody gets taught by the mother. That's why I want you to really start studying nature, like how, like anything, any animal, you wake up, think of an animal and look at a documentary on that animal, even if it's 5 minutes. Start really just studying nature, and I can guarantee you everything that you see, learn from its mother.
Yep.
That's why he's saying that we see the state of our women, that we're not moving the way that we should. He's saying, as a brother, wake her up.
That's
So
what I'm
it's like
saying.
you're saying in the comments, like how women acting around these days because she sleep.
That's somebody who doesn't want to mentally protect our woman.
Yeah.
That's somebody who sounds scared. Or you see how, bro, we just gave you a whole live of why our species is acting the way they do. All the antigens, everything that we've been poisoned. We just told you the mother is poison. We need to wake them up. You saying, oh, do you see how our woman is acting these days? Do you see how the brothers and the women are acting out of order? We're out of order. The species is out of order. This isn't a woman or man thing. This is a species thing.
Yeah, we gotta stop the gender war.
That gender war and species war gotta end.
Realize TV, is that what it? Yeah, Realize TV. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Abundance. We doing
Abundance,
good. How are
abundance.
you?
Abundance, brother.
I'm doing well, man. I just wanted to come up and speak to what you guys are speaking to. And I would just like to say that without our strong women, like big mamas, you know what I'm saying, like aunties and stuff like that, it's gonna be a hard thing to fight back. Our women are the reason, that we're here. If you didn't have good women in your life growing up, man, there's probably a good chance that you weren't raised in the right way, because the good women in my life, they raised us to be warriors. They raised us to be soldiers. Like, when it come to Big Mama, think about this, y'all. Nobody in the family could say nothing about Big Mama because everybody else in the family ready to, what I'm saying, beat you up. You know what I'm saying? Like all your cousins and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I feel like, in all honesty, the way that we get back to being who we are is we need more big mamas. We need more aunties that care, that, what I'm saying, that show that unconditional love, because that's where men really become men. When somebody will love you unconditionally and you messing up, you know what I'm saying? That's when you look within yourself and be like, man, I gotta do something. I gotta do something different, or I gotta be better. You know what I'm saying? So I just want all of our women to hear my voice when I say, you guys are number one. You are very needed. Yes, us men have to step up, but at the same time, to the women, to the real women, y'all, we need y'all. We really need y'all. Just like we need ourselves to step up, we need y'all to step up, ladies. And that comes from the bottom of my spirit, man. I love all of y'all, and we need y'all. We really do. We do. And that's all I got to say.
Abundance of
Abundance,
gratitude for
brother.
that, because you were saying a few gems. You know what I'm saying? The way men feel connected to their women, there's a physical connection that has to take place, nurturing, right? Caregiving. That these are our genetics, like what we're supposed to do. So, like I said, everything learns from the mother. That first physical connection that you have is that skin to skin contact, right? Right now, we're giving birth to our children in these lab facilities called hospitals.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Under these unnatural lights on our backs, going completely against our anatomy. I want us to start
Hey,
understanding the
sis, can I
difference in
speak to
our.
that?
Go ahead.
Oh, my
Go,
goodness.
hey, go ahead,
So,
brother. But next time, let her finish out her thought because
okay.
we respect people over
You
here.
right. You right. You right.
Go
You
ahead.
right.
Go
You
ahead, though,
right.
brother.
Um, Yo, we're having our babies, our children, our seeds. She's right. In these hospitals with all these bright lights, our children are not even supposed to be born in bright lights. They're supposed to be born in a dark room. While they're making our ladies lay on their backs with their feet up in the air. That's not how you're supposed to go through that. You're supposed to be like, so that the baby can come out downwards. And all of these things that I'm learning as a grown man, I didn't know when I was younger. When I had my son. My son is 18 years old. He'd be graduating next year. And the fact that I didn't know these things, right? I didn't know that we had rights. Like, um we can say we have say so in how our children are born and where they're born and all that. And we just go by these people's narrative. We go by these people's rules when we don't have to. And she is absolutely freaking correct when she says that our children are being born wrong. This is not how we used to bear our children. It was a dark room, quiet, no bright lights to shock them when they first come out. It's sis, I didn't mean to cut you off, and I really apologize. I really apologize. I just wanted you to know that sparked something inside me to say something, and I really apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. You got it, sis. I'm sorry.
Abundance. Yes, we're supposed to be when the ankh stature is what you're referring to. That ankh that we're wearing around our necks on these crystals that we don't even understand the meaning of what that's for. But as I was saying, the skin to skin contact. You know what I'm saying? That physical connection is how you um is what our boys and our girls need. That's what the next generation needs, is truth. Us resulting back to nature and everything that we do, making the womb the focal point of our reality, the focal point of our expansion and our existence, because that's how else do we grow? How else do we expand if it's not in a safe space? The first safe space that you learn about is your mother's womb, and she carries you her entire life. She has her grandmother's womb. A portion of her grandmother's womb is in hers. And how do we know that? The mother effect. You can read on that and actually learn the science behind uh, how you have your grandmother and your mother's womb a part of yours. So what he's saying is like the big mamas and the aunties are already inside of our baby girls. That's why it's important to raise up the next generation and understand the importance of who they are, because that's who they're after. Our babies' brains are bathed in estrogen as girls. That's what they're after. Those totipotent stem cells, the cell potency that we're talking about, our children are abundant in that. You see what I'm saying? Our baby boys, their brains being bathed in that testosterone, that Mullerian substance that separates them from being feminine. Everything that all people first are feminine first. It's a literal substance that is secreted to actually transfer, or I don't want to use the word transfer, but to help formulate, to help push that masculine substance, to help push testosterone through to create that boy. So I just wanted, and like I said, I'm still learning about brain, the brain itself, the difference between the male and the female brain. So excuse me if I get a little tongue tied with my words or I don't say it correctly. But the whole point is that we have to get back to understanding that the greatest asset that we have is our children. And they know that, and that's the reason why the number one thing that they're going after is our children. By the time you're
Always has been.
already indoctrinated, by the time you're already grown, you have forgotten yourself. It's that's them sulcuses in the brain, clogged arteries, brain fog. It's gonna be hard for you to soak in the truth because there's so much infiltration that's taking place. So if we want to see better, we really got to start feeding our children the truth. And that starts with learning it for ourselves, having ourselves vibrate at a different speed so that when our children are here, that they are manifested in the right, that they're taking in the right frequencies around us. It's not
It's
just,
just
go ahead.
nah, because you throwing me alley oop. I don't know if you know you throwing me alley oop. Do you believe in frequency? Do you believe in energy?
We don't believe in frequency and energy. We know in that,
Okay,
and
okay, okay,
you're
cool.
using it to speak. We're
Yeah.
using it to speak with each other as well.
Okay, okay. You know what's crazy is that just like you said, we don't believe in it. We know, right? Energy does not I. The energy is transferred. Okay, and these children are not new entities. They are old souls. I know, I know that we got some grandmas out here. We got some great grannies out here who's 2, 3 years old. And man, you can't tell me that they not. You can look at them and be like, yo, this kid has been here before. That's uncle. That's grandma right there. You can tell.
Well,
Uh,
Energy does not
the reason why energy
go ahead.
facets
Sorry.
itself like that spiritually is because of what's also taking place physically. This is what I was explaining with the mother effect and how genetic information is matrilineal. It's passed from mother, grandmother to mother to daughter. The cells, when they're splitting, the first cell replication that's made in cell division, though that split is called daughter cells. You see what I'm saying? So down, like we say, down to a cellular quantum level, literally who's first is the woman. When you're saying that, oh, you know, these children, they've been here before, I get it, because you are the ancestor. All we do is make replications of ourselves. That's what the daughter cell, mitochondria, deoxyetheric acid is explaining. All these different scientific phenomenons are explaining what we do quantumly. I feel you. What I'm just doing is just adding more scientific structure behind what we're saying so we can articulate it better to our children.
and
And thank you for that.
Yeah.
and the thing is, our children, us, we are all the replication of the first neuromelanated body to ever exist. The first woman neuromelanated body and the first male neuromelanated body. So the intelligence that the first neuromelanated body had on this planet exists in all of us.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So we can't just be saying, "Oh, that's grandma." That's great, 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 and you keep going. You can go for eons
Yeah.
and say that's who it is. Because when we make our children, they come out smarter. You see what I'm saying? They come out way smarter than us. And the thing is, with the creation of the body inside of the womb, the mother reads the energy or the soul that wants to inhabit the totipotent stem cell, and that energy can either be positive or negative. And if it's a positive energy, it's going to be a male. It's going to be a male organism for her species. So then she reads, after she reads his energy, then once that body, because all her cells in her body are feminine. So once that she reads that masculine energy, then that cell starts to formulate and starts to produce testosterone. She starts to feed it. What was
The Malarian, it's a word that I can't pronounce, and then substance. It's
yeah.
also called MIS.
Yeah, MIS,
And
to start producing testosterone.
testosterone.
You see what I'm saying? So now that that placenta that baby made is strictly for growing up a male. You see what I'm saying? Or vice versa. If the soul that inhabited in the body and she reads it and it says it's a negative energy, that just means feminine. So negative and positive in science just means male and female.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
Protons and
Yep,
electron, not
that's
yeah.
real.
necessarily.
Um, I'm
Go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, brother. No
I wanted to
worries.
say some. I wanted to say something about the positive and negative, right? Um,
Yeah.
in different languages, you know, they got different terms for it. The yin and the yang. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, I really love us so much because, like, we are the epitome of life. Literally, yo. There's no type of human being on the face of this earth that live how we live, man. We are so strong. We've been through so much. And I just want to take time out to give love to the ancestors, give love to my brothers and sisters, man, for just making it here. Because y'all got to understand, yo, things have been set up to where you ain't supposed to. And I don't want to be no victim, this victim. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. But the thing is that, yo, we've been through some things, y'all. We've been through some things, but we so strong. Not only did we make it through them things, we made the world great. Can you tell me any place on the face of this planet that you can go where us, as quote unquote black people, didn't create something that they use on a daily basis? That's what makes us who we are. And it makes us strong. And for me, I really love bringing up things like that because I know that we are really going through some stuff. But at the end of the day, yo, we are we are great. We are great. And from me to y'all, I love y'all, man. We love each other. And that's the greatest part about who we are, is that we love one another. I digress.
Facts. We just gotta love
Abundance.
ourselves more. You know what I'm saying? We gotta start that coherence with ourselves more. Because, and I said this before, is because it's on another live too. I remember saying this, and it's on YouTube, like one of those specific ones. That it's not as easy as we think to love each other. Like, we not really loving each other the way that we think that we are, because we really don't understand self-love, because we really not moving in authenticity. We can love for the wrong reasons too. Or is it love? Is it infatuation? Are we exerting is the motive that we have behind connecting and communing with each other for good reasons, or is it for selfish reasons?
The intention.
The intention is where we can say love, but why? What is the importance of you loving me? And that, for
Yep.
you to be able
That's
to
real.
answer that, you
That's
got to
real.
really be able to answer the question of self
That's
authenticity, self validation, and self love for real. And that's a battle every single day that all of us are still undergoing, and we push that away because we don't like to feel, or
Yeah.
whatever the excuse is. But until we can meet ourselves at the deepest, most level possible,
Mhm.
we not moving in a vibration of love or authenticity.
Because we're not really in fear of the eukaryotic cell
Yeah.
or anybody else on the planet or different. We're in fear to confront ourselves. That's what we're in fear. The greatest enemy is not in front of you. It's who you look in the mirror every day. That's your enemy. Because if whatever choice you make, that's what the chemical reaction that the body's gonna use.
Kind of nobody can beat you but you.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying
Okay.
nobody can beat you but you. That's all. I was just adding on to what you were saying. I didn't mean to chop up your stuff. Go ahead, bro.
Nah,
I was just saying only person that can beat you is you.
facts.
Facts.
Abundance for that. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, evolve in Mayat. Go ahead and share your thoughts, your visions.
Greetings, host and gentlemen on the panel and everybody in the thread. I'm just an honor to be here. I must say, I saw the picture, this prompt with the GMO and the organic, and I was just loving the organic Empress's dress. I was like, oh, I got to get me one of those. You all sound absolutely fantastic. You sound royal, you sound divine, you sound very responsible, accountable, and I could hear the sincerity, the integrity, and the authenticity in your expression, how you articulate yourselves, and it's a breath of fresh air to hear it. It really is. And I think that all that you're saying is, I was just thinking, I was listening to you all, I said, wow. I have mixed heritage. So I have one parent that's Black American and one parent that's from Africa. And I grew up in the islands as well as in the United States. And when I was listening to you all, I said, wow, imagine when more women are also acknowledging their ancestresses on their mother's side of the family tree, and the mother's mother, and the mother's father, and the father, and the father's mother, and mother, you going all the way back. That's when you really tap in. You really tap in to that power. I mean, both are necessary to honor the father and the mother, but that mother in this society that we live in, I've seen where in my own intense independent studies where I came across really seeing where religion was really used in order to wipe out the identity of the feminine and her power. And I'm just like, I mean, you all sound awesome. The men sound very mature. You all are on your way up to the top. You're already at the top. I just wish you all the best, much success in your spiritual development, and you're evolving. And yes, this Kimmy got bars. It's evolving my aunt,
Yes, I thought
aka
I
Kimmy got
recognized
bars.
that voice. I
Just
thought I recognized that voice somewhere.
yeah, you're awesome. You're awesome. I felt, let me tell you, it's not supposed to just be one of us. It's supposed to be me being able to look at and through listening to a sister, because I can hear your soul. And when you speak, it woke me up the place, growing up in America, it's some of us, I can't speak for every woman, but for me, I know we were taught to veil our power, to cover up the power, to act like we don't know what we have, or to hide it, or to apologize for it. But it took me actually going through initiation in a whole nother spiritual system to awaken that divine feminine and to awaken all her archetypes and to celebrate her. So I just want to thank you for your authentic, genuine expression of truth, because I can feel it, and it just, I was just like, oh, I can be comfortable. I'm sitting here, I'm being comfortable. There's another sister, you're probably younger than me, and I'm just like, hey, I'm just like, go with it, Empress. Keep going.
You know what? Abundance and gratitude. I actually months ago I stumbled across your live. It was late where I was. It had to be like 3 a.m. where I was, and I was like, yo, I was like, this sister is spitting facts. Like, I've listened to your lives and the things that you say and how you talk about the divine feminine. So I'm ecstatic. Gratitude, for coming in here and for expressing and sharing your frequency.
Yeah, gratitude to you too. You know, I mean, when I was younger, I mean, I was brought up outside the box. So, but I didn't have any peers, anybody, and you know, went through a lot of trauma when I was younger. So as I got about 15, 16, I made the decision to start healing myself. And that's when I recognized that there is a lot of energetic frequencies around that were attacking. I grew up in a negative karmic family. They were great on one side, but then where they were not doing the internal work, and it, you know, it was toxic, it was abusive. Plus, living in a society, I was aware of the frequencies that, or there's a lot of different energies at play. I don't want to sound spooky like it's woo woo and juju, but it's out there and it's practiced by many different ethnic groups. So a lot of different energies were coming at me. So I had to learn how to climb up out of the lower realms that I was in, and then come up into those heights. And that's why I have a lot of knowledge about a lot of different systems. But ultimately, it's about us elevating ourselves to the highest of our potential, because look, the trauma, the pain, the suffering, it's not really that we have to go through that. But what we have to do, or what's essential for us to do, or what's necessary for us to do, is to return to the source of who we are in relation to the creator's creator, who is a lover, not a hater, and a affirmer, not a negator, and not think anybody is greater than that. Okay? We're the greatest. That's why we were indoctrinated to turn away from everything that that reflects us in our greatness. We have a special relationship with the earth, the water, the fire, the air, the ether, the wood, the rock, the metal, the gas, the carbon. We have a special relationship with the celestial bodies. In fact, our ancestors, our ancestresses were guardian spirits of the earth, and when they spoke to the stars, they received a response. That was the first call and response long before hip hop. We were speaking to the wind, and the wind was speaking back to us. We were speaking to the intelligences of creation, and the intelligence of creations were speaking back to us. We spoke about the solution, and we received solution and antidote to whatever it is that we were challenged by. And that's why there are those who were inferior to the divine feminine of the nine ether rich neuro melanin carbonated woman. They wanted to bring us down and have us walking around down and out instead of up and in to win. But this is our time now. And I'm like, go for it, sis. Do what you got to do. Be the best that you can be. Don't ignore your divine guidance, your intuition, and for respect to all the brothers who respect and honor the sisters to help to raise them up out of the place where they've been pushed down and back and been put down and out. We got to come up. We're the power. We're going to protect ourselves. We're going to protect our sisters. We're going to protect our parents. We're going to protect our grandparents. We're going to protect our brothers. We're going to protect our husbands. We're going to protect the emperors, the princes, the princesses. We're protecting the up and coming sorcerers and sorceresses. And we're going to live upright. And nothing can beat us, when we are living upright, righteously. Nobody can beat us, because all the other people who are corrupt, who don't like us, because they're jealous of us, because they're jealous of the original creation, they're not operating in truth and righteousness. So once we embrace the truth and righteousness and we operate in that supernaturally, we've already won. We are the victory that has already come to pass. We're the winner, not the whiner, the warrior, not the worrier. We're the victors, not the victim. And
Damn. Abundance, mother. Abundance. That was amazing. Wow. Wow.
Calling you all to abundance of all good fortune in all areas of your life. Ashe.
Thank you.
Ashe.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. And I'm quite damn. Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Abundance, my brother.
Wellness comes. You're welcome. Your wellness comes. Your wealth comes. Your good fortune comes. All we got to do is stay in alignment with what's right, with the truth and order. And some people don't believe in this word forgiveness, but forgive yourself. I mean, you got to pardon yourself. You're living in a society where you're living in the imitation of the origination, and you're waking up and you recognize and you reckon with your eyes and your mind's eye of what you're dealing with. You know what you're dealing with. You're waking up and you're seeing that you're living in the imitation of the origination, where you're living in a culture where they write you out of your history, rewrite your history, white your history into their history, and then indoctrinate you to see them the way you should be seeing yourself. So we're not going to argue with people who are indoctrinated under the lie. No, what we're going to do is we're going to apply and not deny so we can fly.
Absolutely.
Talk, brother.
Shit, listen.
That's
She
exactly
the
what we're
whole
gonna
reason for
do.
my name.
What
She's literally the whole
she's
reason for my
saying is
name.
that
I'm done.
what she's saying is that we gotta fixate our thoughts on high things.
Yes, Empress.
It's not about there being a most high. It's about you choosing high vibrational
Right.
thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
Exactly.
start decoding the truth like it's right in front of us. Y'all remember that episode of Stranger Things? We're rewatching that. That's the reason why I keep
Yeah.
But y'all remember that episode of Stranger Things when the girl decoded the Russian message? That's how we should be doing this language. You know what I'm saying? For the people that have seen it, that's how we should be doing this language and the lies that are set before us. We should be questioning our reality. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
There shouldn't be anything blocking us from seeing the truth. Because
That's
if
right.
there's something that's blocking you from seeing the truth, that means that there's a slow flow of neuromelanin, or there is not enough light that is being perceived by your vessel. So
That's
Yep.
right.
that's
And
know what I
once
noticed?
oh, go ahead, mother. Go
You
ahead.
go ahead, brother. You go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, once we reach these high vibrations, we cannot, like she said, be distracted to any ELF or extremely low frequencies, because now you're just gonna move up and down. So once you keep up that high vibration, you gotta hold on to it. You see what I'm saying? Know how to utilize it and be the perfect emitter and absorber of that energy. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be aware of the energy that you're emitting and absorbing. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's
So
true.
that's all I'm saying to
Yeah,
my brothers and my mothers of life. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate this live is going well. And I value y'all energies that came up for real. That really touched my heart.
and that's real, bro. And I just want to say one thing to add on to what bro was just saying, man. I just want to say it one more time. Energy does not I with a D. It transfers, y'all. Energy transfers. You can hit a table on this end and feel it on that end. Energy will never I. Never. So
yeah.
everything that we put out to our peoples, it's important. It's
Cause it's
very, very important.
cause it's always in motion.
It's
I
You see what
wonder
I'm
if the
saying? I know
sister.
what you're saying.
absolutely,
I
brother.
feel what you're saying, brother.
Absolutely, brother. Like, and I'm very, very passionate about that. Every time I walk out of my house, bro. Every time I walk out my house, I make it my point to talk to my brothers and sisters. I don't care how old, how young, it don't matter to me, man. We matter more than anything right now. And I said this, right? I made a video on TikTok. It's the very first video I ever made. You can go look it up. On my right here. I ain't changed no pictures. The same picture, same everything. I said it's gonna be a problem in 2025. Well, guess what? I'm saying it live on my brother sister in front of them. I'm saying it right now. It's gonna be a problem in 2026 because we don't care no more about what everybody else think. We only rocking with us, and we standing on business, and we loving each other. And guess what? If you thought this was the end of it, oh my goodness. Let me tell y'all something. I know for a fact that we love each other more than we did yesterday. Because, like I said, when I walk out my house, I pay attention to my brothers and sisters, young or old. And what I'm noticing is that, man, we love us some us. You better talk to us nice. You better
Yeah.
talk to us nice. Because if it's somebody in the store, I'm not even joking, walk in the store. Now, people don't understand how we talk without talking, right? I can look at a sister and just do the head nod. Mm-hmm. I see you, right? She gonna head nod me back. I see you, right? And if anything go down in that store, she know I got her, and I know she got me. That is the thing about us that is so different from everybody else, y'all. Everybody want to say, well, what's your language? Well, shit, you don't speak no who? Well, who are you talking to? Y'all better, man. You better go talk to somebody else. Cause for real, we them. We are them. And I
Mm-hmm.
believe that with every fiber of my being. Ain't nobody can't tell me nothing when I can walk in the store and not say two words to this woman, but I know this woman understand what I'm saying. Huh?
Yeah,
And if my
exactly.
children get out of line, right, she'll be like, she'll, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let her. I'm gonna let her. Go ahead, sis, get them. Am I lying, y'all? This
I
is
know you're
something
talking
that
about
we are,
telepathy.
y'all. Man, when I tell y'all I love y'all, I mean that from the bottom of my toes. I love y'all, man. And this is what I want to spread for 2026, y'all. I want us to love each other, respect each other, and try once again to trust each other. And with that, I yield.
Abundance.
Abundance, my brother. That was really
Yeah.
powerful as well, man.
Um, I was gonna say something earlier, but I forgot. Um, so I've been trying to remember this whole time, but the brother was spitting facts. Um, about us coming together and communing. What he was talking about with that head nod is telepathy. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You learn the communication portions of the feminine brain is more active than in the male. So that how we communicate with each other, we first learn that, from our mothers as well. That telepathic communication, how we're connected through quantum entanglement. So earlier, Zell was saying something about when you send, every time you think a thought is sent out like 11 million miles out from into the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we have to start having more cohesive thoughts about coming together. That's why we have to start having more, because whether you're aware of it or not, we feel each other's positivity and each other's negativity. And your thoughts are affecting another brother or sister. That's why we can't talk about, oh, I'm driving my dream car, or I'm living in my dream house, or in my dream this, because it's at the expense of another brother or sister,
Yep.
right? Just like when we're saying that, when we have brothers and sisters that say the Africans not us, but guess who is mining right now for you to have that phone? It's Kenyan little boys, it's Congolese little brothers that's mining just for you to have this phone, and you saying that they not you. While you're
Mm-hmm.
comfortably talking about the next brother or sister, somehow or another, in order for you to do that, you needed them, whether we're aware of it or not. So we have to start having more cohesive thoughts, more
Mm-hmm.
brain coherence, thought coherence, with the proper emotion behind and exert energy. That's how you manifest. I got to start locking back in with our people about manifestation again. We got to start, running that, having that conversation again, because right now we're manifesting more division.
Hey, sis, can I ask you something, please?
Go ahead.
Um, as a man, I've been through a lot in this world, on this earth, and I notice a lot of people don't mess with us like that. And I just want to ask you, how should we go about that? Because I know how I would. You feel me? A lot of people that showed themselves this year, and I gotta be real. I can't be fake. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna come up here with y'all with my peoples and be fake. I'm gonna tell you, I didn't seen this bull. You know, and and I haven't. Okay, let me keep it all the way funky. I haven't seen it in real life because in real life, when I meet others, melanated people that look like me, it's nothing but respect and love, man. It's nothing but respect and love. But when you get on these interwebs, on this interweb, um, there's a lot of disrespect and dysfunction. So on some real stuff, I ain't being fake. I'm not. Yo, because on here a lot of people be making me mad. It's like, bro, um, we try with everything in us to be the best people on the planet, but yet people still want to keep on poking, keep on, you know what I'm saying, acting as if we not them. And like I said, in real life, it's nothing but respect and dignity and honor, and they happy to be in our presence. But online, man, they disrespectful. So how do we handle that,
Okay,
sis?
so
For real.
here's the thing. We was just talking about manifestation and fixating your thoughts to see things materialize in the present. So the thing is that you can't be too worried about what other people are doing. The first thing you said to me, you said, as a man, can I ask you a question as a man or something along the lines? As a brother, that vessel is meant for you to protect your people and for you to
Enforce universal
and for you
law.
to enforce universal law. So the thing is when you see sisters that are moving in that vibration, you should be raising their frequency. When you see other brothers that are moving in a, you should be enforcing universal law. You should be helping them remember
Thank
who
you.
they are and who that vessel is,
Absolutely.
who it
Thank
was
you.
made by. So the thing is, as grown people, as grown women and men, we shouldn't be getting too messed up behind what's happening on a virtual a metaverse.
Yep.
Like this is
Yeah.
a fake
Nah,
reality. We
that's real.
shouldn't be, really going that hard. Like, oh, they not us. They not like we really saying this with every vessel, every organ in our body, like exerting them type of frequencies and inflicting that type of stress, high cortisol levels, just to tell me you not mean you can't explain it on a scientific level.
Right.
That's a problem.
Right.
So I think we know how to
Right.
conduct ourselves when we see that. We just don't do it. Right? We wouldn't tell our
And that's what
children to. I witnessed an adult tell a child the other day, make fun of him back. Why would you tell a child to shrink their frequency? They're consoling in you, like how that made them feel. Why would you tell them to stay in that frequency instead of transmute? So that's the point that the 360 I was
well,
gonna
can I
make
ask you
when we were
something though,
talking
sis?
about
I got a
Hold
little
on,
Hold
hold
on one
on. She's
second. I'm
talking and
about to
answering
land.
your other question, my
I'm
brother.
I'm a land with this. When you were talking about transferring energy, it's really we gotta focus more on transmutation, not necessarily transferring, because transferring is just giving what was given to you. Transmuting is alchemizing. That's like the negativity was spewed towards you. Now I gotta transmute it and put more positivity back into the world. That's all that means. I understand having to sift through and process your emotions and things like that, but that's just better aligning yourself to actually put out positivity. You see what I'm saying? We got to start understanding energy, because that's what's at the base of everything. When we ask questions like that, not and I'm not being facetious when I say this, because we get these questions a lot. We got to start understanding energy and how it's actually transmuted and how to transmute and alchemize. Like the words that we saying, we got to start applying that with everything that we do.
And and you were saying earlier, oh, they made disrespect me and made me mad. They made me mad. So anything that takes you out of your calmness, if you let the chaos without affect the calmness and harmony within, that chaos without is your master. You see what I'm saying? Is your controller, is your government. You see what I'm saying? So you shouldn't allow nothing outside of yourself that isn't you to dictate the direction of your emotion or energy in motion within your body, or how much chemical reactions you're producing in your body. That's your realm. Your body is your realm to produce, to create alchemy, because that alchemy that you create is either going to evolve the planet or slow the planet down. It's either going to evolve the species or slow the species down. So you got to be real careful of what chemicals you mix or what thoughts you mix together inside of your brain. You see what I'm saying? Because you even see in labs, when they drop chemicals inside of bottles, you see an explosion happen. Or other times you see other things occurring. That's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be mindful of what you allow to affect your inner world, because your inner world, if your inner world is mastered and you have mastered yourself, then the outer world will be easy to manipulate. Because once you see that what you can control, you see what I'm saying? That you what you focus oh, if you focus on what you can control, you will notice that the things that you can't control is actually things that you can control. But you just gotta focus at different steps. You see what I'm saying?
You gotta control you and not worry
Hey,
about
oh, I'm
controlling
sorry.
someone
Sorry. Go
else.
ahead.
But go
Yeah.
ahead.
That's what we saying.
I
No.
was.
Oh,
Mm,
what I wanted to say is, hey, y'all, check. So, look, this is real. Um, when you have a child, that child don't come with instructions. No one is gonna tell you how you supposed to raise this child. You gotta do it on a whim. You gotta figure it out, right? And what I would say, and this is real talk, y'all. Having a child will make you or break you, right? It's going to make you a great person or make you a terrible person because there is no in between when it comes to bringing a whole person into this world. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at our babies, you know, um, I don't think of it as that is somebody else's child. No, that's my baby right there. That's my baby. And if you mess with them, you're gonna have to see me, because that's my baby. There is not a child walking the face of this planet. I don't care what your race is. I don't care what color you are. If you are a child, I'm going to rock for you. I'm going to rock for you, period. Because I understand that you have no voice, right? I know you don't got no voice. And I'm not trying to talk for you, but I'll be the person to punch somebody in the face to get them out the way so that you could talk. Because I know that you got something to say. This is our problem right now in 2025 is that the wrong people are in leadership. Two, um, no one wants to listen to the regular person. Three, no one wants to listen to our babies. And they the ones that's right. And I'll leave it right there. I'm done.
I got a rebuttal. My focal point is on our children and our children only because the voice that needs to be had is their voice. We talk about electromagnetism that corresponds and is conducive to this planet. It should only be through our throat chakras. When we're talking about manifesting the reality that we need to see for our generation, I understand you want to save them, but their genetics doesn't align for them to be here to be saved. It's just unfortunate for their species. It's just unfortunate that their children also have to undergo this. But when it comes to the focal point, you would have to understand what they're doing to our children and theirs. And I can guarantee you, when you understand the origin and really what's going on, you as a brother need to be focused on protecting your children. That should be your main focus. Our main focus should be each other because we're still the people that we're talking about that sold us out are come from a hybrid come from us mixing with these people. So even just a small portion of that DNA has caused us to still be in the shrunken state that we're in. So if we keep giving energy
Sis,
and
it
life to
is.
them, more colonization and indoctrination is what's going to fester because we're giving life to those genetics.
Yeah, you right.
Um,
But it is though. I'm not gonna lie. It is. Everything about me is about us. I, I just want to let you know that, sis. For real. I
And
love who we are, and I appreciate you for even allowing me to say this. But the truth is that yeah, we do need this. We do need to have these conversations. It's time, and I appreciate you for even having this conversation because it's very needed. Thank you.
abundance.
yeah.
But I was gonna
Like,
say like children do come with instructions. You
oh
have to be
yeah.
able to read energy, like she was saying,
Mm-hmm.
so you can read what your children needs and all of that because they're trying to communicate with y'all.
Yeah, and the
There's a go
my
ahead,
bad.
baby.
I thought you
No,
because
no
you had
problem.
took a break.
No, you good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and the woman is the one who knows this. She reads the body language better than any other species here.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We're able are see baby boys when they're newborns, they're have a different set a different brain circuitry. They're looking at the world around them because that's what they're gonna have to do is scope out, protect, defend. The baby girls, they're more focused on their mother reading her body language. Baby girls learn to read body language as infants. So when we're talking about they don't come with a set of instructions, they do.
Yep.
We're not understanding who we are in our genetics and our vessel and our anatomy and our biology and how we're actually connected to that child.
The
That's
person.
one last thing. That's the importance of that skin to skin contact that I was talking about. The importance of children being connected to their mother specifically because they learn they sent her their how they perceive life is mainly going to come from the mother. You want to know why? Because the cerebral cortex is the first thing that forms. Number two, you inherit your mother's nervous system. Number three, 40 to 60% of your IQ comes from your mother. The rest is influenced by your environment. So coming with a set of instructions or understanding genetics, understanding body language, right? Um, Understanding who you are biologically and anatomically is the instructions, the genetic codes.
Yep.
So can
Because
I ask y'all?
yeah, go ahead, brother.
So can I ask y'all? Um, do you think we different from Africans? Cause I'm be honest.
Man.
I'm be honest.
Hey, anybody who been watching the live,
Don't get
man.
mad
I'm
at
gonna
me. Don't
throw
get
this
mad at
to
Throw
me.
you.
Don't get
anybody
mad
who
at
been
me.
watching this
I'm
live,
only asking a
man.
question.
Oh my
Cosmos, my
gosh.
nigga.
I'm only
Nah,
asking a
because you
question.
hold
Do
on,
y'all think?
because
Okay, we
hold
got you.
on,
We heard you,
because the
brother.
questions that you was asking was
Okay.
leading up to that. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was treading real lightly with you because
Yeah,
I'm gonna come clean. It's really not
But we
funny.
all respect
You
man.
each
know what I'm
other. That's
saying?
that's
Yeah,
that's
it's
dope.
respect, but it's really not funny. It's kind of sad because that's what I'm explaining
What
to
do
you,
you mean?
brother. We not understanding embryology. What you're saying, are they the same as us? Do they stem from the same totipotent stem cell as us? Do they have the same embryological origin as us?
Yep, that's what I'm asking.
I'm asking you.
That's what I'm asking.
You didn't
No,
ask
So
that.
I
you
you
didn't formulate your sentence like
don't.
that.
Let's not
She
do
no.
just
reverse
So
psychology
wait,
now.
wait. Don't get mad at. Wait, bro. Wait,
we're
don't
not
get mad at me.
I'm just
All I,
I'm
We're
just
not
I
being
mad.
I'm just
listen,
being
bro.
assertive of what she
Listen,
said,
bro.
enforcing what she said because
All I'm
that's what she said.
asking, all I'm asking, is do
Yeah.
you think what they're saying? Because, listen, and this is no disrespect to nobody, bro. I'm not trying to disrespect you or the woman who is giving us the platform to shine. What I'm saying is, it's like, hey, are we the same? I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay. So here's the thing. The only reason. Okay. It's not. The only reason. There you
hold
go.
on, let me get mute up.
Yeah. So you're asking
Hmm.
if we're the same. So you're saying, are we the same species? You're saying, do we, in order for
Like, what do
us
you
to,
mean by
like,
saying?
yeah, because you're saying Africans.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yes, that's what I'm asking. Like, just on some real stuff. Like, are we doing the same things? Are we, on the same time? Like, do
Um,
we act the same? Is our culture the same? That's what I mean. That's what I
okay.
mean. I'm not.
Okay. Are we doing the same things? Yes. Are we doing things that are different? Yes. The reason why we're doing different things, slightly different things, is because we have different sets of antigens. We have been colonized differently. You got the Asian, the white, and the Arab man. They all are incomplete dominant amongst themselves. So they're not the same amongst themselves. And when we begin to mix with these people, eat meat, the pollution, nanotech, molecular gastronomy, everything that we already went through, that then begins to feed the antigens that are present within our blood. So when we say, are we the same? Yes, we are
So,
the same. Wait, brother, I'm
You
gonna
don't
come
really want to
clean.
know.
I'm gonna come clean. This the last time I'm
I'm
gonna
being
let you
quiet, bro.
like
I'm
cut me
not.
off
I'm
though,
not
because I'm
talking.
getting
I'm not
it.
over talking
Well, I
nobody.
know. 1 second, okay. I'm just trying to get a complete thought out. 1 second. Okay. Yes, we are the same as them. Why? Because we stem from the same embryological origin. The totipotent stem cells that we talking about, the embryonic stem cell, we share the same genomics. That's why we do the same things. We move the same way. When you throw in culture, that is a byproduct of colonization.
Yeah.
After these people came and infiltrated our way of thinking, our planet, the way we move, everything that's happened in so-called history that they've documented is what we have now formulated, done the best with what we have in front of us, and we have formulated that into culture. So while we're making fun of our brothers and sisters over there for eating monkeys, over here we're eating pigs, over here we're eating cows. So it's a different set of antigens which come from foreign substances that affect the blood and make us do whatever the fuck y'all be saying, because the it's the environment that's being influenced. It's the cellular environment. It's different venereal
Hey
diseases
sis, can I
that are
holler at
now
you for a
Hold
affecting,
second?
on,
bro. You
man.
know what?
Hold on,
Go
man.
ahead, bro.
Nah, hold on.
I know,
She
man.
said
Hold on. I just want to holler at my
she
sister
asked
for a
you
second.
politely to be on mute so she can finish her thought out, and you still came off of mute. You see what I'm saying? So you asking a lot of questions. You see what I'm saying, my brother? That you can do your own research because you have the same amount of neurons as we do.
Bro,
You can make the
so
same
you I
synaptic
don't do my
junctures as we
research?
do. So I know we're having a conversation, but I'm just saying these questions that you're laughing at and stuff like that. It's like this
Bro,
is what's
I've
holding
done
us
my
back
research, man. I'm steady. Hold
because
on.
our
I gotta be. Hold
culture.
on. Wait.
Our you
No.
s-
No.
you was
No.
just talking
No.
about.
You're not
Hold
gotta
on, my
do me like
brother.
that, G.
Look, I'm
First
not
of
doing
all,
you like
I
that.
have
You're not
been
letting me get
respectful
my
the whole
thought out,
time.
so you're taking it the wrong way.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold
Go
on, my
ahead.
brother. Hold on, my
Go ahead.
brother.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on, my brother. You were speaking about
Go
energy.
ahead.
You see what I'm saying? So all black people throughout the entire planet, it doesn't matter the name of the nation or ethnicity or what title we have. Our culture is electromagnetism. The way we utilize it is according to the environment that we're in. And look how they have so-called black people all around dirty water, and they have them around buildings. You see what I'm saying? To produce electromagnetic low frequencies and for the waters to be dirty so they can't naturally conduct their magnetism through the water to create, because water creates life and everything. So
That's right.
again, so when you was like, oh, are we the same as African? Do we have the same culture? Yes, we do have the same culture. So for you to ask me that or ask us that, meaning that you're viewing a Native American culture or some type of different culture that is tied to a landmass and a title. You're not viewing the culture of the core of your cells. You're not viewing the culture of protons. You're not viewing the culture of electrons. You're not viewing
So
the
you're just
culture of
gonna
a
give me
planet.
that, and you're
You're
not
not
gonna let me
viewing the
Brother,
speak?
culture
can
of
you
the
stop
sun.
cutting people off,
You're not
please?
viewing the culture of the sun. You're viewing a culture of a people that have been falling down in frequency for over
Wow.
200,000 years from extraterrestrials that have been mind controlling us ever since they made us speak and open our mouths. Because once you start talking, now these words open space for you to be angry at your brother and express a low frequency at your brother or mother of life, and now your atoms start to rearrange and structure different. So this is a science thing. So what separates you from the so-called black people in Australia, the so-called black people in Africa or in South America, is frequency. It's not biological or genetic
Okay.
differences.
Okay.
That's it. So
Okay.
we gotta stop
So let me ask you.
doing this.
Let me ask you.
Go ahead,
No, let
brother.
me ask you. What makes our frequency here in America so much greater? Because
So
we can see.
hold
Ooh.
on.
Oh, no, 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 no.
No, no, go, no,
No.
no, no. Let ask that question, brother. Let him
Yeah, go
finish,
ahead
and
and
we gonna
and let
respond to
me
that.
speak, please. Let me respond whenever you get done. Realize you're on mute. Y'all saying let him talk, but y'all seen him over talk. I can't stand when niggas in the comments
Okay.
do that.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah.
So what
bro.
I'm saying is what is it that makes everyone else so much more grateful or great than us? Yo, we have created so much great shit. So what makes everybody else so great over us? I what?
You see his answer?
Hi,
You
can
see
you
his
please
question?
answer that? Or is that for the Empress for Skywatch?
Go ahead, sister, and I'm gonna go after you.
You know what? I don't really think of it as others are greater than us here in America or in the Caribbean islands, even though people consider that America too. I think what's important is for you to develop a healthy self-esteem and healthy opinions about yourself in relation to what your ancestresses and ancestors have done over here, and to think good and feel good about yourself without having to compare yourself to others, because I think everybody has their gifts and talents that they're endowed with. Everybody has their unique traits, powerful traits, and I think that a lot of the us doing a lot of comparison, unless it's about us really looking at how we can bring the best of who and what we are together, I don't think that it really benefits us to because what I've seen, like I said, I'm a product of the East and the West, and I grew up in the islands. And I mean, I've seen good people all over. And then I've seen some negative traits that I've noticed are specific negative traits amongst certain groups of people and how they operate and how they specifically the direction of their focus. Some people focus operate from the chaos and they really know how to maneuver in the chaos. They can really catch you out there. And what I mean by that is because they're so steeped in it, they can catch you out there in the chaos and in that. And when I talk about the chaos, I'm talking about some people really know how to work that disorder. Okay, like I got some brothers and sisters in East Africa, they know how to work it and you wouldn't even recognize it because you're not groomed to that to that from that direction. Some people are in the West, but I think it's important for you to be so filled with that spirit and that confidence and that love and that respect and honor for yourself that it's not about having to see, because I can bring out certain qualities or things that people in Africa have that's different from what people over here in America have. But I think that we all have a lot of the same, but we need to just raise, especially in America, it's just about doing more, transmuting more of the negative energy, upgrading our self narratives, our conversations, upgrading our speech, how we speak, and just doing all that we can do to be the best that we can be in how we think, feel, how we talk, how we act, and in how we eat. Most important, electric food, because a lot of people, yes, in the East, they don't eat electric food the way that their ancestors used to. And a lot of people over here in America are more conscious of eating electric food, but then there are those I know from Sudan and from like certain places in Ethiopia and other places in West Africa where they eat more fruits and vegetables. Then there are those who just only eat meat and potatoes or meat and yam, fufu and eba. You know what I mean? And that's heavier food and that weights them down. So they're not vibrating up in that light. So they rely upon the spiritual systems the energies that move through the spiritual systems to raise them up in that frequency. But if they were to put more food that is light in their body, they would elevate and they would transmute the burdens. That's all I got to say for right now.
Okay,
Abundance,
can
mother.
I say something? So the thing is, because I thought you was finished.
I'm just saying abundance.
No abundance for that though. I just was already trying to speak and then I got cut off a long time ago.
Well, I
What we have to,
apologize. I
no,
was in the
not,
kitchen. I apologize.
no, that's not, I wasn't, I'm talking about before you, that's fine. The thing is, y'all, is that this brother came in here and was in this whole time he's been saying that he loves his people, but all his questions were leading up to him asking that. That's the part that I really want to focus on. You don't understand how these people are different from you, but you'll say that you're so much greater. I don't understand. We're not understanding how we're the same, but we'll say that we're greater. Or there's more pyramids here. These are opinions. These are not formulated by facts.
Are
That's
you
the
speaking
first
to
thing that
me?
I want
Let her
to
finish.
that's the first thing that I wanted to nip in the bud. When it comes to um I ain't gonna lie, I'm thrown off because I wanted to go right after him. So I don't even the self-esteem is one part of it, understanding your genetics and how science actually works is another part, and that's what we're running from. It's a different set of antigens that our brother and sister is battling. That's the reason why they do things slightly different. If you remove the antigens, if you remove the parasite, if you remove the eukaryotic cell, these people, we would actually be doing the same thing. So how are there pyramids here and there? And we're saying that we're not the same? How
He
are we
dropped,
still
and I
biosynthesizing the
Yeah,
sun? That's fine. How are we still biosynthesizing the sun, but we're not the same? So there again, that we cannot pass this type of thinking down to our children when these are not cohesive thoughts. These are just opinions. So he asked
can
me,
I ask you a
yeah,
favor?
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
The next time that happens, promise me this, or if you don't promise, it's fine. When I came in, I was in the kitchen. I said, "Oh, I gotta say something." I unmuted, and there was a little break. You said, "Go ahead." Don't do that again, okay? If it's for you to speak, don't put me before you or anybody else before you, okay, Empress?
Okay, I
You'll,
understand that. I
yeah,
wasn't
because I
aware
don't
of.
want to.
No, that's fine. I
Yeah,
forgot
I
the thing that I was
apologize.
gonna. It's fine. I forgot what
Yeah,
I was
that's
gonna
why.
say to him, because the thing is, you can't come in here. This is the live that me and Zell just watched the other day is like from months ago. That same person was the he. This is like his second or third time doing that and then running. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really trying to lock in with some of these people because they keep coming back. The thing is there
Yeah,
if you cannot explain to me how we're different, then you don't need to be spreading those type of thoughts, those type of that type of narrative. So
that's a behavior amongst some of our brothers and sisters, especially on social media. They want to start. They need that to feel good about themselves, to think good about themselves. And I just think they're just groups of people that just move around, just going ahead and who need to speak with that from that narrative. Who's better than who's superior than who? It hasn't been working for us as a people.
and
What's going on,
I
Andrew?
wanted to mention. Hold on, brother. I wanted to talk too for a second because he said, "How is it that we're greater? How our frequency over here is greater? But how is that true when so-called black babies are being born throughout the entire planet? We're having baby booms around the entire planet, and our greatest invention is children. So why are we putting a trophy next to the fact that we built AC, the traffic lights, we built a phone, we built a toilet. Why are we putting like a gold star worth that when our children is our greatest invention? You see what I'm saying? And it's
Because
so
no, I don't
crazy.
see what you're saying.
Go ahead.
okay, go ahead, baby, and
Yeah, so I was just saying like so him saying that our freak is just it was just like what sense was that making because you're saying that you have love for your people but you only have love for your people it only stops at a certain landmass so you don't like it doesn't make sense because so-called black people we're ubiquitous to every planet and there's sphinx and pyramids on Mars. We built all these pyramids throughout the entire planet together. You like you talking about the people of America, but everybody has been traveling throughout the entire planet because we were nomads. So the fact that you are where you are right now is because that nomad travel stopped. You see what I'm saying? That nomadic travel that we used to do around the planet and build structures for our women that stopped because of us speaking and falling down in frequency. So that's why I was trying to say too because he didn't understand like energy, but he kept saying energy is not I, it's transfer. But
and if
what you're doing over here is actually putting the children in so-called Africa in positions where they had to mine crystals and stuff like that so you can wear it on your chain and you could use it on your phone. It just doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? What we're doing over here is affecting somewhere our people in another continent. Just like our people in the Philippines and Taiwan, which is where our phones after our children mine it in Congo, it goes to our children, which the natural people of the Philippines and Taiwan who make the phones, then they send it over here. You see what I'm saying? So it just doesn't make sense. All of our people are being used for this fake system that we have running up, this artificial system that we have running up.
Go
So
ahead, Babby.
Hey, how you doing, host and co-host?
Abundance. Abundance.
abundance.
Were y'all on the same
Yeah, we're on the
phone
same
number?
phone. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I just seen that I followed you and you got an interesting prompt up, and I was just trying to get the gist of your conversation here. So, are you guys? What are you guys actually saying here? When you say our people, are you talking about humans in general, or just who are you talking about when you say our
I'm
people?
talking about neuromelanated people all over the globe versus everybody else.
Who possess pheomelanin and
And
eumelanin.
animal DNA. So everybody that's not us versus us. Organic, everybody that's here through parthenogenesis versus somatic parthenogenesis.
So, do you like use like a makeup chart to figure out who is in your people group
No,
and not?
no, we use embryology, totipidin stem cells, and basic ninth grade biology.
But how would you know just by looking at somebody?
It's because it's your phenotype is just gene expression. So we're able to look at our people and we can tell that these people stem from the same totipidin stem cell as us. It gets confusing whenever we start talking about hybridization, which is just us mixing with them. So I don't know. I guess like are you asking about the prompt, or did you come up whenever the brother was talking? Like I'm
Well, I came up for the prompt, but then y'all were talking about our people. I thought you were talking about humans, and then you switched it to melanated people.
Well, everybody and every single living organism on the planet is
I'm
melanated.
sorry, you said
Everything is.
euromelanin?
Yeah, neuromelanin is what is the only biochemical substance that can condense sunlight, and it's also condensed sunlight on its own, which is why we're able to biosynthesize the sun through our integumentary system or our skin, our hair. So when we start looking at the difference in biology, the difference in anatomy, and embryology, these people don't come from us or stem from the same um, origin as us. So this is how we're able to tell what is biology and then what is a byproduct of synthetic biology.
So, how do you feel about different ethnic groups? Should we all just unify under one thing, or is you?
No, these people are being removed due to the sun and terrestrial radiation, UVC radiation, because they're non-conducive to the planet. So even the Earth itself will go back into solar form, right? So the planet herself is also giving off radiation that they're unable to biosynthesize, which is the reason why they are unalived by photocarcinogenesis. The sun itself, deletion syndromes that are amping up. What was it? 14 million Asian men are now being sterilized, and this is marking like their
In Japan.
10th year of not reproducing, like their birth rates being hanging out around 1. Now it's dropped below 1, like
Closing
9,
elementary
like
schools and middle schools because they won't need it anymore.
yeah, because they're not producing.
Yep.
Dravidians are no longer producing. YT people, Asians, and it starts with the Asian because they're first in their genus.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we
I was
know this
asking
because of
about.
genetics. But when you're talking about ethnic groups are that's just them. That's after mixing, that's where these different ethnic groups come from. So that's what I'm talking about. It's not about race, it's about species, embryology, where you actually come from, who the mother is, because her genetics rule, and it's her, the X chromosome that rules throughout the entire biology. It's her womb that actually crafts the child. The cerebral cortex, the brain is the first thing that formulates. So you are your mother's child. Genetics is passed matrilineally, not patrilineally.
And I would say to understand this, look at the information that scientists are putting out. You see what I'm saying? They're saying that 2.2 million of whites, Asians, Arabs, and anybody that is pheomelanated and EU melanated are unaliving under the sun every year. Why isn't that happening to so-called black people? Because our skin, our integumentary system, our electromagnetic biofield is the perfect absorber of light. You see what I'm saying? That's neuromelanin is concentrated colors, every light in the light spectrum. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
this is how we will know because we see a species on the planet absorbing the solar radiation on the solar radiated planet in a solar radiated universe, and then we see a species that cannot absorb the sun, and they are full of viruses and parasites, and they're trying to use the organic race to sustain life on the planet, and we see their anatomy breaking down. All the chromosomes that they possess are being deleted. They're
Yeah.
getting removed. The nucleus out of their cells, the eukaryotic cells, is being removed. You see what I'm saying? And the nucleus within their animal cells is how all the animal genetics that they possess are able to communicate with each other to have better cell signaling and to form cell structure. You see what I'm saying? So the cell can have a template so the
Right.
tissue can structure. So that's what's going on. So once that communication is out, these people are gonna be acting erratic. They're not gonna know what's right or wrong anymore. Gonna have highly ethical issues, which we have seen throughout his so-called history. They've never been ethical and moral. You see what I'm saying, within themselves. So these jobs, like being a coach or being a lawyer, is distracting them from their natural nature, which is to be cannibalistic, to be rapist, to be what's it called? A person who spread diseases, people who spread diseases. That's their natural. That's their
That's
natural
their
way.
culture.
That's their culture.
That's what they have been cultivated in labs to do. That's why I want our people to leave culture and shit alone. Because culture is a byproduct of colonization, right? So did that answer your question? I know that was a lot. I don't be did that make sense
Yeah.
to you?
So
Okay.
you guys are just here to enlighten people.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic what you two were talking about. I really enjoy listening to you.
Gratitude. Thank you so much for
Abundance.
that. Somebody in the
Abundance.
comments said, how does it benefit them? How does it benefit them procreating with us?
It doesn't. We have the sun within ourselves. So if we exchange genes with them and our cells goes within them, the same thing that the sun is doing to their skin is gonna happen internally to their body. And they're gonna start aging faster because they're losing electromagnetic what's it called, frequency, because the cell that we are transferring with them is absorbing it and it's gonna get ejected out the body because they can't hold on to our vibration. They can't hold on to a vibration of light. So
All
it's
right.
just gonna further the this disintegration of their cells or their bodies. And like the brother said, acute radiation syndrome or acute body syndrome is the same has the same effects as C19. You see what I'm saying? So
I
just
think Divine
go
Awaken
ahead.
is like asking like are you asking like what is the point of them procreating with us? Like why was it important for them to do that? I'm just trying to get a better angle at like of your question because I know you've already heard all this before and you're asking that. So I'm just trying to see yes, they push it so hard. Yeah, how does it benefit them procreating with us?
Okay.
The longer that the eukaryotic cell, all they're trying to do is figure out how to take their consciousness and put it somewhere so they can control it remotely. Every parasite needs a host to actually live, like to be here and stuff like that. So their benefit is being able to harness our energy. I don't know if that like that's why I was trying to lock in when I read it out loud, like what you were actually saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I
Offspring.
want okay then so then you should know then do you see why the draconians haven't showed themselves or haven't been sleeping with our people? You see what I'm saying? Or haven't done anything? It's only the eukaryotic cells because
Who are the
they were a
draconians?
pawn. Hold on for a second. I'm answering the brother in the comments. We got you for another the other moment that you can speak. But the brother said in the comments, he said, yes, they push it so hard. How does it benefit them? Because the eukaryotic's job is to just infiltrate us with diseases. They're just a created tool to infiltrate us with diseases. There's a extraterrestrial army or race of reptilians that is behind this psychologically. They orchestrated this psychologically. They made the whites, the Asians, all of these people, knowing that putting these different animals together is going to cause mutations, and they let them out near us. That's what happened. You see what I'm saying? So we
What
would,
end?
huh? Go ahead, brother.
To what end? Why are
For
they doing this?
why are they doing this? Because now that we're filled with diseases and parasites, now we can't make calculus decisions. We start to have ischemia and diseases. So now our bodies are basically malnourished to receive information and process that information and put that information
Be-
out cleanly.
because
So
the most prized thing in the universe is the BLK woman's energy. That's the reason why they're doing it.
I was getting into that.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know
No,
you
you
were
wasn't
done. It's
just.
cool. Like, we're both talking and on the mic, and we're both
No,
thinking, and we know the same information. So that's the reason why sometimes we talk over each other. It's
but
cool.
no,
So just to drive home what he's saying is literally the most
no.
prized thing in the universe is the BLK woman's energy. What he's saying is to keeping us in this low vibratory state allows them to harness that without us actually being aware. That's why consciousness is important.
How do you break out of that paradigm though? Like our
Um,
food is all
yeah,
manufactured with GMOs.
learning like what we're saying, what's organic and what's genetically modified. Like, the food is genetically modified, celery is genetically modified, potatoes modified, you know what I'm saying?
Bananas.
Bananas are modified, you see what I'm saying? So we will then know how to feed our anatomy, power up our biology to be better, because the more you feed your genetics, not the blood type but your genetics, that's what actually powers up your vessel to do what it needs to do. It's um our diet, it should consist more of light, so fruits, actually being in the sun, and eating plants, because they take in the sun as well. Gaining consciousness, information, adding more light into the body, spring water over filtered and purified water, uh, meditation above all else, and focusing on being more one with nature, fixating your thoughts, because that's what manifests in your reality. So it's a few steps, and it takes you leaving a lot of this stuff behind, and finding new ways every single day to leave it more and more behind, and sharing it with our brothers and sisters. That's what we're supposed to do.
I know who the lady is there, the British monarch, but who is the other one?
Um, I don't know. I don't actually know. It's one of our mothers. It's our people. This is just a picture to show our people versus them. That's it.
Right. Right.
How do you feel about Beyonce? Is she your people?
I mean, she works with the opposite species, and all of those celebrities are helping our children get trafficked even more,
Mm.
because they're in on blood rituals, different things that they do behind closed doors to keep this system going, and it all goes back to the draconians.
Do you believe in having role models?
um Role models, yeah, I mean, our ancestors are all role models, but it's just like, what were they modeling? It's just like, what energy are you embodying? Because that's why I don't say the ancestors it's the ancestors that, because through epigenetics we are the ancestors, and there's people here whose hands we wouldn't shake because of the energy that they hold. All of our ancestors weren't moving in the right frequency, because we've been
That's right.
following the frequency. So it's more so about modeling consciousness, uh
That's right.
ascend, like, higher vibrations, authenticity. That's what we should be modeling to each other, and reflecting those mirror neurons back to each other, more of the truth, and embodying that.
Wisdom qualities. the
Mhm.
wisdom qualities, because it's natural. When you put those fruits, the proper fruits and the vegetables, I mean, I did vegan vegetarianism for 14 years strict. I went away from it, but I've returned. And what I do know is that, yes, we learned that certain fruits and vegetables that we were eating were not organic, or they were not naturally made by nature, by creation. So,
Mhm.
I think that something is also important is our herbs, to make sure that we're taking our bitters for the betters. We got to take our herbs too.
Yeah.
There's certain herbs that right? We have to take and then what happens when you're putting those electric foods in your body, and the teas, the herbs in your body. You know what happens, that you're heightened in consciousness. Your vital life force energy is rejuvenated. You feel regenerated. If you ever had scars on your body and then all of a sudden you're consistent with putting electric foods in your body, they just go away. And you're like, oh, just like, the body sloughs off. If there's any type of like crystallized mucus in the body, or what some people call clots in the body, it all dissolves and sloughs out, and it comes out wherever it can come out. It'll get out the body. So the eating is most important, because there's intelligence in the food, in the real natural
Yeah,
foods,
Absolutely,
right?
especially the herbs because they come directly from the earth and they hold intelligence even in dried
Mm-hmm.
states, even in dormant states. So I've just tried to get more familiar with herbs that grow around me, states that are around me, different states, different terrains, and being able to identify it. Because those a lot of the times we think that when herbs, flowers, when they go into their dormant state, that they lose their properties, but really those plants are still beneficial. They just hold a different charge, but it's still vital to our anatomy. They still will do different things, and that's the reason why when you'll see herbs classified as different things, like bay leaf is just the leaf of the laurel flower. So the laurel, the floral part of that flower is laurel, and that's where you get the oil, the laurel oil. But the leaf on that grows on the stems are the bay leaves. So you'll think that those are two different herbs, but that's the same plant, right? Also like uh what's another one? I'm trying to think. Just different herbs. Moringa is good for energy. It's good
What
for the
about
hair. It's good for
rosemary?
the skin. Rosemary is good. It's an expectorant. It expels mucus. It's antiviral, antibacterial. It's good for your nasal pathways, your lungs, and it cleanses the air. It takes impurities out of the air. So what I do with these herbs, because I have the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. I'm almost done with that one. I started a book when I was like 16. It's like 800 pages, and I finished it like year ago, I think.
Oh, that's dope.
And that one is like the medicinal herbal handbook. I think it's like the second edition.
Where you
And
selling it at?
um I I got it online. I switched VPNs and I downloaded it like a long time ago. It was on I got it from Z Library, and I don't think that website is around anymore.
Oh, I
But
thought you wrote it.
oh no, I said that I read, my bad. I read a book. Uh I started it like 10 years ago, and I just completed it. It's like a textbook. But familiarizing yourself with the herbs, its chemical properties when it's alive, understanding, how to harness it, different decoctions, concoctions, stuff like that is, really useful. How to extract essential oils, the best way to actually preserve the plant when you're using it and stuff like that is helpful because it really teaches you about your body too, the different things that it can
Mm-hmm.
help with. Yeah.
So
Somebody
Yeah, and
what
how
said
the
what
body
plants
responds to the herbs, right?
back.
And
what
the
plants
flowers.
what plants
Mhm.
give you iron like for your blood and stuff like that?
Hibiscus, sarsaparilla, burdock. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you want to ginkgo, helps with blood circulation and it's really good for the brain. It even has fan-like leaves that are shaped like the brain. Um,
Mm.
and I'm
and,
trying to
and the
think.
consistency in doing it in the for the amount of time, that is suggested to do it. It's not just one or two times, do it here or there. You got to be
Yeah,
disciplined with your unbroken regularity so you can see those results.
facts. At least 30 days with the state that we're in right now. At least 30 days. No more than a tablespoon of like tinctures, like very potent herbal concoctions and decoctions. A child should have, less than a teaspoon, and adults can have 1 to 2 tablespoons. If it's potent, the best way to get herbs into our systems obviously is going to be through heat with boiling teas, and extracting the properties that way, and then our bodies absorb it very quickly as well too.
Liquids, that's right.
So you guys are all vegan, or I'm herbivores. Is that how you say it?
I'm just alkaline vegan. I focus more on alkalinity than just veganism. Somebody said facts. All of our cells are conscious within themselves, which create our own conscious biofield. Facts. Well said.
Do you have like an alkaline filter at your home?
Like for the water, not at the
Mm-hmm.
moment, but I do have a filtration system. But I'm working on that though. And that's just rocks. Like understanding crystals and rocks is how you do that. We're researching that, like how to make our own filtration system from rocks, how to conduct electricity from crystals, electroculture, things like that. With that stuff that we take time out like to really like learn. And we also watch documentaries on how our people did it in ancient civilizations. That's also key, because like what we think are wands are not like the real, like the straight wands, the black ones with the white tip are not the ones that we were using like in ancient civilizations. They were actually curves, like more in a boomerang type shape. So learning how to harness energy properly is key. It gives you more insight to your body, like how to conduct, electricity throughout your body, learning about the meridians, proper airflow, energetic flow, things like that,
Right.
cycle system.
Healing modalities, natural healing modalities, using your aromatherapy oils for psychoneuroimmunology, programming your
Hmm.
neurotransmitters in your blood cells, because you're having a conversation with yourself when you're putting the proper foods in your body. And what you tell
Absolutely.
the body responds to. So a healthy conversation. A lot of times people don't get up into doing what they need to do and putting in the body what they require because their self script or the conversation that they have to themselves about what they need to be doing is not in alignment. It's not in sync with what's best for them. So we have to make sure that we're upgrading our speech according, and then we're programming ourselves through what is good for us. I'm
Absolutely.
happy. I'm really happy to listen to you, sis. Very
Thank
good.
you so much. Likewise. I'm actually about to end the live. I think we started around like 1 Central Time and it's
Oh,
6 p.m. So we've been live at least like 4 to 6 hours. I'm not really sure. Maybe, I don't know. We've been live
nice.
for a while.
About six
Um,
hours.
Yeah, I download these and they're gonna go on my YouTube, so it'll be on there. It might take the rest of the night to download. You may wake up and see it on there in the rising, or if you're up late, you might see it downloaded on there later. I'm gonna go back to posting here pretty soon. I've done a lot of research, so I'm focused on getting the information out. And if nothing else, y'all, thank you so much for making the live what it was today. Everybody coming in here
You gonna
sharing
put the
their
whole
frequency.
conversation on, sis?
Yes, I am. The whole thing is called the Raw Dialogue series. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll remember that next time.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. All right, y'all. Abundance and gratitude in the transmission.
Abundance to you too, also. All of
Thank
you.
you. Bye.
You're welcome.